button recording.
Good morning, esteemed participants. I trust you all enjoy the restful evening. As we embark on another day of exploration, with immense delight, I bring forth to introduce our inaugural speaker for the day. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajaram Gereguntala, who brings a wealth of expertise as Cloud Ops Lead at FinTech. Get ready for another insightful journey into the realms of security and career guidance on the topic Elevate Your Career Success with Advanced Cloud Security Strategies. Let's make today as engaging and as enriching as yesterday. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank St. Joseph College for inviting me over here. And I see really enthusiastic students over here and learning so many things, especially related to the cloud and the things they are doing, which I haven't even done at my college. I really feel proud, like when you're seeing you guys are like when second year, third year, and final year students who are learning about cloud. Like I can say, like when I was in my final year, I didn't even know what is cloud. So and after studying, I mean after going to the MNC, like even after 2 years, I haven't even heard about cloud. What it is, and now end up doing as a cloud ops lead at fintech company. So today we are going to talk about cloud security, and at the same time, like we'll be talking more about like what are the things we can, how to learn, and what kind of resources where we can get it to start our cloud journey. So these things we are going to talk, and so so who am I? So myself Rajaram, and I have overall 8 years of experience in fintech company. Like overall, it's completely into the banking domain. So what I do in a real time is like we migrate the complete on-premises data into the cloud. So for all the Indian banks, like most probably, like I can say, like we have almost 40 plus banks, Indian banks, and along with that we have some international banks. So where my role is to my role is really to do migrating the complete data from on-premises to the cloud. So seamless transition, that is the main thing which we are going to do. And along with like in my last 8 years of experience, like I have been into various roles. Like I have started making a journey with a software engineer, and then I have moved to senior software engineer, and then I have been associate to in State Sheet, which is a broad-based company, and then currently I was working in a startup company. So it's a broad-based company again. So I am working as a cloud ops lead. So not only this, like in my free time, like I used to write technical blogs. So in LinkedIn, and also I do write a blogs in Medium, and also like in Hashnode, all these things. So where you can see the real-time industry standards, like what we are practicing, the best standards, like what we are going to, how to launch an institute. It's just not like launching an institute instance can be done by anyone. So it's just a 2 minutes of time, right? So but when it goes to real time, like we should be learning what are the checklists we need to keep it in our hand, like when you are launching an instance, what are the things we need to keep it in checklist, and how to it's all about launching an instance in a secured way, not about like we are giving some, even if we give some kind of a security group, or if we are allowing it more to the public or something else, it may it may lead to the data breach. So handling all these things, we need to be more careful. Whatever we launch in a cloud, we need to be more careful, like especially related to the security. So without any delay, like let's start with our session. Like what we are going to do today is, so here is an agenda. So here we'll be discussing about introduction and what are the services. Like I'll be discussing very few services in, especially when related to the cloud security, and then we'll be doing some hands-on. And also like career guidance, and then what are the resources we'll be having it, and these things we'll be taking, and at the end we'll be having taking a discussion, like if you need any kind of a Q&A, like we can take it further. So I think many of you know AWS is a public cloud provider, and how many of you know like how many pillars that AWS has? Anyone? I can't hear you. So whatever we launch in our cloud, so basically AWS has pillars. So it all depends on the various types, like what are going things and all. Like at one of the pillar is security. So how many think, if you know, like how many pillars are there for AWS? Anyone? Okay. So it's a 6 pillars. So the one is reliability and cost optimization, performance efficiency, and the operations excellence, security and sustainability. So all these things like AWS pillars, whatever we do and whatever we launch, everything will be depend on this all the 6 pillars. So today we are going to talk about the security, and let's start with the service. So the first service we are going to talk about is IAM. So it's an identity access management. So to be like if I want to start, if you want to start any kind of, I mean, if you want to start to launch any kind of a service, or if you want to launch, if you want to log in inside this cloud, right? The first thing which you want to have it, once you have an account, like if you want to provide an access to someone, the first service we are going to use is IAM. So it's kind of like authentication and authorization which we are going to happen. So it's all about like if I'm creating a user, and what are the service and what kind of permissions I am going to assign to that particular resource. Only those resources they can be able to handle, and out of which, and rest of the things will be restricted. So when we talk about IAM, like there are especially this IAM will be handled. It will be have 4 main principles. The one is like a fine-grained access control. So which means where you can delegate what kind of access we can give it to the particular resource. What you are getting sleep or not. Okay. So the next thing is least privileged permissions. So it's not about like if you have a cloud layer, we have almost 400 services, right? So if you have 400 services, will not be using 400 services, out of which we'll be using maybe a 20 or 25 services, and only those 25 services will be giving an access to that resource, so that it will not be misused for the other people. And the other one is like who can access which services and the resource. The same thing, like which user will be having an access, and what kind of a role, whether it is a read access or it is a write access, where we can provide a delegation access, like deleting the resources or something else. This kind of an access we can provide. And I can say like maybe AWS can say proudly that this is the only service in AWS like which is free of cost. Rest of the things, everything will be come up with a cost. So here that's what we are talking about. Here if you can see this whatever we create here is like one is the groups will be there, and the other one is like the users, and whatever we are going to get, they have to go through IAM itself. So when they go through IAM, and only through IAM they can able to access the resources. So this is the it's not too much of depth information. It's just a basic information where how a user can able to access it. Without IAM you can't even access any kind of resources in a cloud. So here I would like to call any one of you from the audience. like who doesn't even know what is cloud as well, or even a backbencher, anyone? I need a volunteer who can come and come here. You don't need to talk and you don't need to do anything. I'll just guide you. Just need to do a workshop, which is I'll just guide you. And trust me, you don't need to have any kind of a cloud knowledge to do this workshop. Yeah, please. Give him a round of applause. See, why I'm calling this is like being from a backbench bencher, right? So we never been to this kind of a stage, and we never called. Like, even my teacher never called me to come and give a presentation anywhere there. Finance and to come out of this audience. Like we are having almost a 40 plus people, and out of which you can come. Okay. And to do this, like I just want to showcase you, or I just want to show one. I mean, I just want to prove one thing. Like to do this workshop, like if you guys are thinking that cloud is it's too difficult to understand. If it is, if you think you can. So if you think if it is too difficult to understand, if it is too difficult to understand the things and doing it, so I'll show you the person who I don't know like how much knowledge he has it, but I'll guide him how to do and all. Yeah. So initially we are going to create a custom policy and then creating a group and a user. One second. So user, and also we are going to create a custom policy and attaching to the group, and then we'll be giving one manager policy as well. And to be frank, like the IAM small mini workshop we are going to connect over here. So the main problem here is like usually like being working in industry, the people whenever we give an access, right? So they will just go with the username and password. If I am sharing my screen, if the person sees my username and password, he can just go and log in, right? In case at that point of time there is no security, I just want to implement a security which is a two-factor authentication. We call it as a MFA or else a 2FA, which means a two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication, which means along with the password we are going to provide any kind of a OTP so that they can log in. I mean the extra layer of protection we are going to provide it. Yeah. So you can just go to Chrome. Yeah. Yeah, anything is fine. That's not a problem. So. I just log in with one, and so that you can just proceed. So all you need to do is you navigate to the IAM. Yeah. And then click on this users. So click on this provide user access. Yeah. And scroll down and give your custom password so that you can remember it. No, don't do show password, okay? And 1 second. So here there is a checkbox, right? Can you just uncheck it? Just to save a minimum time. So in real time, we usually give a go for auto-generated password and then go for it, and then checking the box so that whenever we give the password to the user, so that he can change himself. Yeah. So click on next. But don't do anything. Click on next. Click on create. Yeah. So here the first use case is like how we just showed how to create a user, and then click on cancel. Cancel. Yeah. Continue. Yeah. Now if you click on policies, the left side. So usually in AWS we have two kind of policies. One is the manager policies. By default, AWS is providing these policies, and other one is called manager policies, custom policies, where we'll be creating our own policies according to our requirement. So if you can create a policy, the right side top, yeah, and click on JSON, yeah. So in the notepad you'll be having one a template like yes. So the down. So from this layer, you can copy from top to bottom. Yeah, copy. So the use case is like unless and until the user enables MFA, they will not be accessing any kind of a resource in a cloud. So why we are doing this is like in a real time, it's a very big hectic to keep on reaching to the resource. Like if it is a DevOps team, if it is a support team, if it is a developers, we can't go and keep on calling them to enable MFA, right? So if we enable this kind of a policy, unless and until they, they do enable MFA, they can't access any kind of action, they can't access any kind of a resource in the cloud. So yeah. So what happens here is like if you can see this allowed view actions like a list MFA devices, unless and until it is like here we are only going to provide a policy is like he can only create a virtual MFA device. Other than that, he will not be having an access to any kind of a resource. And also here we are just if you scroll down, still scroll down. Yeah. So here we are denying, we are writing a deny policy, and unless and he can only deny is like we are allowing action, not action. Like he can only create a virtual MFA, enable MFA devices, and also get user details and list MFA devices. These are all the things. And here if you can see, condition is like everything we are keeping is a false. Unless and until he enable MFA, he can't access any kind of a resource in the cloud. Yeah. Click on next. Yeah. Give the policy name. Just keep anything here. It's up to you. Yeah. Scroll down and then just scroll down and click on next. Yeah. Create policy. Yeah. Now click on groups, user groups. So create a group. Yeah. Give a group name something like SJ8 or something else. Yeah. Scroll down. 1 second. Click on Vinay. Here, Vinay. Yes. And also here permissions we are going to give. Can just type VPC. VPC. Give VPC full access. Down, yeah, fourth one. Click on that, and also can just type remove this VPC and then type that something Vinay 2 you have given the policy name, right? Yeah, select that. If you can see their type it is showing as a yeah. Can you click on Saint Joseph AWS? So here it is showing for users. It is no users are there. Can you click on add users? Add users. Yeah, give your name. Checkbox is your name. Yeah. Click on add users, and then if you click on permissions, here only the same page. So here we are giving him VPC full access and also the custom manager policy which we have created for MFA. These two things we are giving it. Yeah. Scroll down. I think it's done. So now what you need to do is take incognito mode browser. Yeah. You can log into that. So here what we have given him is like we have given a VPC full access so that he can see it, right? So yeah, here RAJ hyphen POC, RAJ hyphen POC. Click on next and log in with your username and credentials which you have created earlier. It won't be there, right? Okay, Vinay. Yes, I can. Yeah, you can click on any region. So whichever region you go, you can't access any kind of a thing. So for us, like I have a VPC in Mumbai region. Click on next and click on done. We have given a VPC access for you, right? If you click on VPC, yeah. So here if you can see, whatever you see, everything is a retry. So even if you click VPC, can you just click on VPC? So it will show everything as a deny. So he can't access any kind of a resource unless and until he enable MFA. Because he haven't enabled an MFA. So can just go to the Vinay at the Raj POC, the right side top. Yeah. Click on security credentials. So you need to enable MFA. click on next. Wait for 30 seconds and provide us. Add it. So now he just enabled MFA to changes get reflected. He has to log out and then log in so that he can access a VPC. Can just log out and log in. Raj even POC. So earlier, as soon as he give, with his username and then password, he can able to log in directly. Like when he click on sign in, it will ask the second layer of authentication. So which means even if his password is stolen, unless and until he provide a OTP, no one can access the AWS. So it's not just for AWS. Even whatever if you are using a WhatsApp or whatever it may be, even it's a Facebook or something else, you can add MFA so that you'll add an two-layer protection so that even if your password gets breached in somewhere, like most probably you guys will be saving all of your passwords in the browser, right? So even if a browser compromises, right? So in that case, if you have an MFA, so your passwords, even if it's stolen, like it's safe for us. So if you go to the VPC. Yeah. So earlier it was everything is showing as reader, right? If you click on VPC, now he can able to see everything. So this is how we do in a real time. Like before, without MFA, we are not even giving access to anyone. And also we have other layer. We have a number of services in AWS. Like we can even give a SSO and also like a control tower. We can implement it. Like as soon as they log in, they can implement the MFA. So that's it for the workshop. Like thank you, Vinay, for doing the great session. So how do you feel? So is that difficult or is it something easy where you can do it? Okay. And how this will MFA? Okay. And the use case? The use case which we have you done earlier? If okay. So great to hear. So can just give a one round of applause for him for coming to all the sessions. Okay, so let's go to the next session. The service. So here we have seen all those things like the use case, like creating a custom policy and creating a group by user, and the custom policy is being attached to the group, and login with the user and verifying the access. So enabling MFA and then relogging with MFA and then navigating the BBC service. Till here we have done the workshop. And the next service would be virtual private cloud. Basically when we talk about a virtual private cloud, there are two things here you need to remember. So one is the private cloud, and you need to know the difference between the private cloud and the virtual private cloud. So private cloud is something where you have these servers in your own premises, like it's kind of on premises we can say. And when we talk about virtual private cloud, it's the same thing. The services and the same servers will be there in some other location, but it will be handled by AWS. So, but it's where you can have it like if you want to have 1000 GB of data, or if you want to storage where you want to take it instantly. So you can just go and pick it up just by navigating the service and then keeping how much you want. So what are it's basically in AWS we have the main concept is like pay as you go, like how much you are going to utilize it, you have to pay according to that. So whenever we are implementing VPC, I don't know like how many of you guys have heard about 3-tier architecture and 2-tier architecture. Okay. So usually when in a real time, like we always go for a 3-tier architecture. So 3-tier architecture is like which will be having with a web app and then a DB. So here if you can see this architecture, like we are just giving this public subnets and then we are not going to launch any kind of a web layer or app layer or a DB layer in a private subnet because we don't want to expose our data into the public. So that's why we're just giving this EC2 instance where you can, if you want to access RDS, where you are just launching an EC2 instance where it will not having any kind of a data. But we will be launching this RDS or the web server or this application server. We are going to allow the access within this gem server or the bastion host you can say. So here if you can see everything, we are just going for this web app and then DB, all these are in a private subnets where it will never be exposing to internet. And if with this private subnets, if you want to interact to the public internet like public subnets, then we are going to have a NAT gateway. So everywhere from top to bottom here if you can see everything is coming through a secured way. So if you are typing any kind of a URL, like it will come to the route 53 which will rewrite the traffic to the redirect traffic and according to the rules which are going to write it. And then here WAF will be writing like here again we are going to write the rules like if hit is coming from outside the India or if it is coming from outside the world or somewhere in the organization, like we can just block the rules. And also CDN, like if you want to have some kind of images, everything will storing in a cache, and then here it will be having an internet gateway and also will be having a application load balancer which will be traffic will be balanced, like it will go to the whichever the node has based on the algorithm we are going to use it. So this is the 3-tier architecture, the basic 3-tier architecture of a VPC. And then we are going to talk about other service called KMS. It's called key management service. So whenever we talk about the KMS, like the main part we are going to talk here is like the encryption and decryption parts. So these are the two terminals where we keep on talking about encryption. I mean in the KMS. So here the service like AWS is providing two kind of KMS. Like one is called the managed key management service, and the other one is custom KMS. So custom KMS in the sense where you'll be creating your own key and you'll be attaching this KMS key to your wherever you're launching, like if it is an EC2 instance, if it is AWS Fargate, or if it is an EKS, wherever it may be. So this way the whole data will be encrypted and also the key will be within yourself, where you, if you don't want to trust AWS, you will be creating your own KMS keys. So here if you can see, this is a one small example. If you can see the guy like he's saying that we have a meeting at 11 o'clock. So he's just passing this message to a third party, and this person is transferring the same message. Instead of 11 a.m., the girl is saying like it's 3 p.m. So where what happened here is we don't have any kind of encryption. Also, our data is being what we call morphed or something else. Like it can be they're rechanging the concept and then sharing it to the other person. And this guy will be available at instead of 11 o'clock, he'll be available at 3 p.m. So this way, both the interactions between the client is not being happening properly. And if you want to have the same thing, because here the main culprit will be the person who is in the middle. So because the person is changing the context and then giving the wrong false timings to the other person. So the second example, if you can see this, right? So the person is giving the same kind of a message, but it is in encrypted way. The third person will take the encryption, but she doesn't even know like what kind of a message it is going to pass, and then she is passing the same message to the other end of the person. And here the first person is sharing the common security key to the read that message. He'll be using that encrypted key so that he can read the message. So that is called encryption and decipher the messages. So so for now, if you talk about AWS security, we have a number of services, and if you keep on talking about AWS security, it will be never-ending process. So along as part of this, and we are going to have a career guidance, like where to start and how to start all these things. So the first part will be like if you want to learn about AWS, like AWS has thousands of white papers. So which means they'll be having their how to implement the EC2 instance, how to launch an EC2 instance, And not only students, there are a number of ways where you can use each and every service. They'll be having a detailed document, and also they'll be having a training certifications where you'll be free of cost. I think many might have heard about the skill builder program, so which is free of cost. And some if you want to have some workshops, you'll be having some, you need to pay around $29 for 1 month. So and along with that, we'll be having online platforms like skill builder, a cloud guru, coursera, udemy. There are a number of ways if you want to learn cloud. It's not just about, not only AWS is providing. If you're not if you need something more advanced level, or everything will be provided by AWS. And at the same time, there are other platforms where they are providing the same kind of trainings from now online. And also you can see a number of people who are industry experts, who are taking sessions on YouTube, or they're also conducting this kind of workshops over the weekends or somewhere, where you can learn this kind of resources. And so whatever we are going to see, it's not about just if you can see like my mantra is like it's if you see the things like in a cloud, right, you will never learn any kind of a thing, not even a single resource. If you see the same kind of a resource, if I'm launching instances for 10 times, if I ask you to come and launch it in the same way, you can never do that, because in the cloud, unless and until you practice it, you will never learn any kind of a thing. So the first success mantra would be like, to learn cloud, you need to have an account and then practice it. Unless and until you practice it, you can't even learn anything. And it's not about like, if you see AWS, like many people, I think you guys are already doing some architectures and all. So if you see the architecture and the console and all, it keeps on upgrading that to the new console. So sometimes whatever you see at the yesterday's, today it might not be the same way. So the feel, the console, everything will be changes. So to do that, like until and unless you practice, you can never be there. So for creating AWS Syndic, there is a 5 steps where you need to provide your required details. So your email ID and then password, and then you need to provide your phone number to get an OTP and all. And the third one will be like, you'll be having a billing access. I mean, you need to provide your what we call debit or credit card. And then like you'll be validating your, like once you give your email ID and then phone number, like you'll be getting an OTP. The second layer of authentication is already happening from the creating your account itself. And the final one will be like, you need to choose a support plan. So here support plan in the sense the free type. And there is one option where if you want to learn something advanced level, right? So in your support, if you go to the console and if you type support, right, you'll be having a free type. By default, you'll be having a free type. But in case if you want to learn something, if you have hundreds of use cases and if you want to implement it, right, so you can choose business support. So business support is something, they'll be charging around $100 per month. But if you are going to utilize it efficiently, like the AWS experts, they'll connect and you can have 24/7 console. So you can just raise a ticket and then you can ask them. They'll train you like it's just like you need to spend your time. So they'll be having a number of time. They'll be training you according to the AWS standards. So if you are, as your students, and if you can take the kind of a business support or something else, right? So you can share that amount, and so that I think it's monthly around 8,300 rupees it will be there. So within this within this month, you can learn a number of things with AWS itself. You don't need to go to other resources and paying for the course at 20,000 or 30,000. You don't need to spend that much of time. The only thing is you need to have a use cases, the better use cases, and the security checklist, how you are going to implement it. So then the certification path is like here we'll be having 4 kind of things. Like the one is like a foundation level, associate level, and professional and specialization. So I would suggest to go initially with the foundation level, like where you'll be knowing navigating the services and what kind of a service. I mean, if it is a EC2, why is it required, EC2 instance is required, and VPC. This kind of a basic introduction will be covered in foundation level. When it goes to the step by step, so the more level you go, like the more kind of use cases, the more kind of implementation you are going to learn by hands-on. So building a strong portfolio, and it's not about just learning it. So it's all about you need to have certification is not mandatory for everyone. But in case if you give some dedication to that thing, like when you're learning something new, and if you have some certification, you can project that you are certified AWS, right? So that will add a weightage to your resume. And at the same time, it's not about just learning and writing it. So I mean, writing exam, and if you are having certification, no one knows, right, whether you have been qualified or not. So you need to have a strong GitHub profile. So where you need to, if you are writing some use cases and if you are working on use cases, make sure you update your GitHub profile and what are the use cases you have worked on it. So this will act as a resume when you are going for an interview. See, everyone shares the resume, but no one will share you the GitHub profile, right? So when they see, like if being an interview from my perspective, I'll see if there is any kind of a use case he worked on it, like the open source projects, or whether he has taken anything exceptional things. Unless and until I don't need to come and connect with you and what kind of use cases you worked on it. So I'll not be asking these kind of things. If I have that kind of a GitHub profile and if you have already worked on it, I'll go through that and according to that, I'll make a decision like whether I can the resource is useful or not. Like according to that, I'll be have the standing out of one person. And then other one is like another one is like strengthening portfolio internship. Like if you get an internship, never lose that. So in a real time, like whatever whatever if you are practicing it in a normal way, like you know how you are going to implement that resources. But in case if you go to the organization, they will show you what kind of a security checklist you need to take care of it and how to launch it and how to launch it efficiently with the keeping all the security in the things. So this will teach you the real time how it is being implemented in the market. And the last one is like participate in programs like AWS Community Builder. Like there are a lot of events will be happening across your globe. So it will be virtual or the physical events. Just go and have there, and you will get to know like what kind of use cases they are doing it in their industry experts, like what they are implementing it and what the market is expecting from the freshers. All these things you will get to know. So when you learn the cloud, right? So there are a couple of ways where you can like the designations I can say, like you can be a cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, and AWS developer, security engineer, data engineer, networking engineer, solution architect. So these are the various kind of roles where you can pick it. So AWS is not something like we have various roles. Like if you want to be a security analyst, you can be a security analyst. If you want to be a networking, if you are good at networking, you can be a network analyst. And if you are just good at I don't know the coding, I know just how to navigate the things in the resources and all. You can be on like the migration expert. So like this, there are a number of ways. The only thing is you need to choose your path, what you want to be. And while learning, like as you are in a student stage, like I would strongly suggest you to discuss along with your friends, so that if one person is good at BBC, like if other person is very good at EC2, so you both can exchange your knowledge. So that way you can save a lot of time. So that is one thing where you can practice and then do it. And the other one is like if you are like basically if you are looking at some media blogs and if you are looking at some white papers or if you are looking at some videos or if you are online, so the same way you will be going to do, then sometimes it will never work out, right? So sometimes you will get stuck. So when you stuck and you don't need to stop there itself. So that's where you need to start debugging, like why it went wrong and why it's not working, right? So you need to troubleshoot the things. Unless until you troubleshoot the things, you will never get to know, right? So to troubleshoot it, like you have the best alternative sources, like internet is there. You just go and Google it. You whatever the error you are getting, just go and Google it, and then you will get the option or errors, like what kind of error, why you are getting it. Like you will have some basic awareness on that, like why is it getting. If you still you couldn't able to understand, so there is the next thing is you need to ask for help. So ask for help in the sense that if you guys are having a LinkedIn, you can go and reach out to the industry experts. Someone will be there to guide you. So that's all about for today and about cloud career and cloud career and then security things. So if you want to connect with me, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. And in case if you get stuck in between any kind of a service or if you are stuck in between, the only thing I would require if you are pinging me, just say hi and then you send me that screenshot and what kind of error you are getting. Just copy the paste and that copy paste that error and then send it me in a link. And I'll be connecting with you and then I'll be trying to give a feedback about what kind of things went wrong and I'll be giving you a checklist how you can need troubleshooting this. If still that checklist is not working, then we can connect and then we can troubleshoot together. So at the end, so all we say is like you need to learn AWS. It's not about only the AWS where you can learn. There are other cloud providers in the market where it's like I can say it's a GCP or Oracle or it's a Azure. It's up to you based on the things. So like I can say like according to other services and all, like you can learn the few things in the easiest way like AWS. So it's a free of course where you will be getting a 1 year of free trial and you can learn. So if you have any questions. Either if it's no questions, whether you might have understood or whether you might have not understood properly. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you.
I am grateful to Mr. Rajaram for an immensely informative session. Your knowledge educated our perception, resulting in an amazing encounter. Now, I request Ms. M. Prabha to present the memento to our distinguished speakers. It is my privilege to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Ms. Ranjini Josh, a cloud security consultant at Million Square Feet. Get ready for an insightful journey as Ms. Josh navigates us through the intricacies of insights into AWS encryption and guard duty blueprint. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Josh.
So Rajaram, thank you so much. So you have given a quite big base for a security and AWS standpoint. And now I want to introduce myself. I'm Ranjini Joshi, working as a senior cloud security specialist in an organization towards an organizational operational technology. And today my topic is KMS. So there are certain security services, MACI, Secrets Manager, KMS, cloud logs and all that. So I have chosen one topic as KMS and its encryption methods. We'll deep dive into encryption.
Mr. Rajaram sir, one memento was left out. Could you come again so that
So I'll give the link later whoever wants to connect with me. So the topic that I'm going to cover today on the basics of encryption, how does it work, and what are the types of encryption methods which AWS server S3 gives us, and what is a key life cycle. So we have spoken all about encryption, what generally happens. So we'll little deep dive into those concepts and how do we create an symmetric key and how do we import it. And basics of guard duty, and I'll followed by a video of steps that we need to have it. So what is cloud encryption? How does it happen and why it is required? So cloud encryption is a process of encoding our data securely to maintain the data security. So everywhere we see the data, right? The data is flowing in network, data is going towards, data is resting in a database, it is transiting to via network, so it needs protocols, there's a certain steps. So what does it happen? How does it happen? So the plain text data with the data key, when there are lot of algorithms, AES, and others encryption methods. So it takes encryption mechanism and it becomes a ciphertext. And next, for decryption, it takes the algorithm and the ciphertext with the data key and returns the plain text to the user. So what are the types that we have in the encryption types? So symmetric and asymmetric. So symmetric key is prepared with only with the same key we can have the data. For the both sides we need the same key. So this is called symmetric key. And asymmetric, it uses public key and the private key. So the one end we need public, the other end we need the private key to decrypt. It's for asymmetric. And what does AWS gives us? This service, AWS KMS, it's widely used. It is for security purpose. And what does it does? So it creates and it manages the cryptographic keys. And it uses the permissions. It tracks the usage of AWS guardrail. And in terms, we can say that we are regulating and adhering to the compliance. That there is certain process like ISO, NIST framework, everything. It comes under the security compliance by following all these and implementing these services. And this key has to be rotated once in a year, or there is certain, like you will see in the next slides how the key cycle looks like. So what does AWS server side encryption methods that we have today? Encryption happens in transit and it uses the protocol of TLS and SLS, which provides the security for the data which is in flight or which is in the transit, which is moving in the network, via network. And data at rest, which is going and sitting in the database, it has again two types, client side and server side encryption. So for both encryption side, client side and these two, it uses 256-bit AES encryption method along with GCM for symmetric key operations. So the next that we have the types. In the server side, we have these three, like SSC, S3, as Rajaram was also telling about S3 creating SSC, KMS, customer managed key, import your own key and bring your own key. There are certain types. It is a very vast topic. So I have cut down to short, saying these are the shorter. I have shortened it. So as I said earlier, whatever we create a key, it has some regulations, we need to follow that. And what is that key life cycle that has to happen? How do we, if there is an old key at our home, we obviously don't want to buy a new key, right, with a more secure one. So that's how here also, for maintaining the data security, we have to generate the key, register the key, we have to store somewhere, and for that again we need to give a security, distributing, rotating, backing up of the keys, and we are destroying after some time and creating a generation of the new keys has to happen for adhering to the data compliance and data security. So the next step is to how do we create a symmetric key and how do we import it, and there are series of steps that we need to follow, which is in the white window. There are 16 steps, and that I'll take through via video that will play in short. And what is the prerequisites that is required before we import a key, create a key, what is that we need in short. So we have to create a key pair, IAM role has to be created, and instance has to be tagged with the role and a key, and the symmetric key we need to download it, and their object we need to upload in an S3 bucket and download the wrapping public key for all the three, that is plain text and the wrapping key. It creates a file once we create a key. So we need to download, so that we have to upload in the S3 bucket, and then from there the key is generated and it will be enabled. So that key is used as a security key here. Let's go further. Other service, which is guard duty. So what it does, it is another service which AWS provides, and by enabling guard duty, what all it happens? It can capture lot of logs, CloudTrail management logs, data 3 events, and VPC logs for network capturing, DNS logs, Kubernetes audit logs. All these logs, in turn, it captures and then it notifies if there is any suspicious activity or suspicious IP address in the network that happens, and it sends a notification to the user and user for the operational. So this is the architecture. How does it work? So once the guard duty is enabled, if there is any suspicious activity that is found out, the event bridge will trigger a notification and find out all. If you see the down, the VPC flow logs, everything will be enabled. Through the network, it will trigger a notification to SNS, and the Lambda function will be triggered. It will send to make that suspicious IP address block at the WAF, and also it sends a notification to the security operator. That's how in the network, if there is any suspicious, active, malicious IP address or any request happens, we have to enable the guard duty to send a notification immediately. And if the thing is it, the manual intervention is required, but the main job of the guard duty is to identify the findings, vulnerabilities. If there is anything, it is notified. This is little about the basic, and quickly we will see the video of the how to create a script. Anyone has any doubts on it, or you can catch me later, but to execute I have a steps. If anyone needs it, ping me, I'll create it so that you can practically practice it and then get the hands on. As I said, the prerequisites I'm going to create now. Creating a bucket. If you see the encryption SSE S3 has been chosen. I'm going to create a key now, configuring symmetric encryption system. I'm importing a key material. I'm tagging the role. Giving a permission to the user. I'm selecting the wrapping key mechanism. All these things are happening in Virginia region. And now I'm launching the instance. The key pair that we created, we have to tag it, and then role I'll assign to it. So I have imported the key here, extracting. I'm uploading an object to the S3 As I said, the wrapping key, import key token will be created. Once we create it, I have to download it and then keep it. So now all these things has to be uploaded to the S3 bucket. So we need to connect with the SSH. instance and run the few commands which was there in the white window. An instance has to come up from the initializing. So, EC2 user, we have to give EC2 hyphen user. So then it will connect to the SSH. It was just given EC2 user. I'm just checking what went wrong, but the defect is we need to give EC2 hyphen. We need to give the key there. M5. Now that's connected to the EC2 instance, and I'm running the following commands. It's just that key. So that's the error that gave because I haven't mentioned the S3 bucket name, it was wrong, so I'm leaving now. So now it has successfully token bin has created and the wrapping key. Some plain text material has been created and now we are uploading the same thing to S3. Created on the state using plain text for token and wrapping public key and successfully uploaded to S3. If you see, I had uploaded only an object. Now if you see the encryption, import key and the plain text, everything has been uploaded. So I'm downloading that. So now we need to upload our key material that has been downloaded. Extract and then import token and wrap keyboard. That's in the next page. You see, it is enabled. The key that we created for key 30 is there. The status is enabled. So key type is suggested. Now the key is enabled and we process. So if you want to practice, the steps I have it, you can use them. I do have a blog, Medium blog, then you will have the steps, exactly steps how it goes. Because I also practice. I'm nowhere from the base security. I'm also recently in security, and then I was practicing. I do have my blog. If you want to get into the security. That's all. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry for guys. So it is unexpected things was there. So my presentation I'm unable to be doing it out because of the this network is too much good. So we can't able to be downloaded out of a few PPTs kind of things was there. So instead of this one, I can go ahead and direct it. Okay, this is a Srikanth. So I am AWS community builder. So I have because I am AWS community builder. So today I am going to be talking about AWS DevOps. So how the DevOps is going to be usable, how it's going to be changed out, and how it efficiently we have to be going work it out. Everyone talking about the DevOps. So like everywhere we have to be nowadays hearing about it. So is it DevOps was like a huge platform. So it was starting with from the gate and going about the Kubernetes, whatever. It is a lot of things was there. So some people were thinking that one. So it was much easier what we are going ahead and doing and what we are presenting. So like so just preparing about small automation. So initial days we called was automation, some kind of automation. It's called as DevOps. What is little bit DevOps? How it will be going and changing out was there. So DevOps was there earlier. You are able to be here. Okay, some guy will be developing some code, either the Java code, either the Python code, either the Node.js, Redux. So some code they are developing. Instead of the anything, they're just developing some code. Okay, once they develop, how it's going to be things was there. So developer will be developing and he going to be give about some other guys as well. This one as the maintenance guys as well, the deployed guys as well. So then it will be they have to be take it out, means that they have to be build the servers and they need to be deployed those things and a lot of vulnerabilities, this issue, that issue, lot of things will be coming out. So then the industry was realized, okay, it's not going to work it out because see, we are developing the code in our regular systems. But once we are moving about the regular, means that the industry systems was it's not going to be compatible this issue. A lot of things was there. So how we can able to be move out and how we can able to be bypass this one. Then they introduce the containers. So the containers and orchestrations, lot of things. Unexpectedly, I not because my presentation I'm not displayed out. So but it will be give the like this was there. Okay, you developed the code on your system. So wherever you develop, either you developed about the .NET or you developed about the React.js, you developed about Java. You just going to be converting that was image. So whatever the image was, it will call as a Docker image. So you can just converting about the Docker image. So then you can save it out. So either you can save it of any artifact repository. That does not matter what type of the repository. So because AWS have their own repository, ECR, so electronic content repository. So otherwise, so if you have the other repositories was there, we have the like Docker repository where you have to be stored it, all of the things was there. And is that Azure, they have their own repository kind of things was there. You can save it up. Then so instead of giving the code, so you just proper the image, then you can try to be deployed. So because this one either you have to, but how you moving that code to the public? Working, my code is working, my code is working. But how you moving that code to the public? So that's big a matter. So means that I developed some code because I prepared of my blog, otherwise my vision of the PPTs kind of things I prepared. But I need to be moved those things in the like a public domain. So I need to be presented. So how you can move it out? So what are the actions you are going to be taking out? So that's what called was the all of the public activities things was it. That's what the like a measure of the cloud. Earlier days, if you want to move it like that, so you need to be by the server and you need to be installed and you need to be do the DNS and a lot of other network activities also you need to be placed on. Once the cloud, the any cloud, and I don't want to be mentioned what the speak cloud is, like AWS, Azure, Google, Alibaba. So it does not matter what kind of the cloud you have to be make it on. Okay, so you just take the cloud account. So what is the using of the cloud account? So before earlier days, if you want to be build the one of the server, other hey, it will take 3 months, it is 6 months. So I need to be budget approval. I need to be prepare this one. I need to be prepare that one. So it is lot of things for there. Now every student, because any member they have any of the free account, they have to go and they click the button. EC2 instance, either the like Azure instance, what are the instance? It does not matter. Otherwise the Google instance. It's not taking the more than the 2 or 3 minutes. You can creating about your instance. and you can play it out. So how much time is because of every account holder they're going to give the free time. So if they're going to give some free time, 6 months or 1 year, so you can play. So using of your limitations, you can play and you can learn and you can do things for there. And also once you can able to build it up, you can install. So either as a function was the containers and all these things was it, whatever you want, you can go ahead and install and you can try it out. So and also that's where your cloud journey going to be started, because everything coming on the free. So if you don't need to be bothered and you don't need to be wait of things was it. Just starting about the where you need to be kickstart. So somewhere you need to be kickstart. That's what the basic account means, that you have to be created about the free account login. So then how I can start it off my journey? First thing was there, create the EC2 instance. So now I'm going to be concentrating about AWS. Just starting about EC2 instance. So the EC2 instance means that is nothing like that. You have to be creating your own laptop on the cloud level. So either you want to be go ahead on the Windows laptop, either you want to be get the Linux laptop, you need to use C laptop. It does not matter what kind of OS you need to be go ahead. Means that you are creating your own laptop kind of systems was there. So how much RAM, how much CPU, depending on the things was it, you just create it. So means that you are creating about your laptop, and then you are installing some of the OS. Okay, this OS I am going to take Windows OS. Otherwise, Linux OS you are trying out. Then you are developing the code. So as I am developing the like HTML code, the Java code. So I am just developing some kind of code. I place it out. So once I place it out, so yes, my next step was that I need to be published. So I need to be published on the like overall in the outside was there. I need to be published out. Then you have to be thinking about what the next feature. So you want to be restricted about the users, or you want to be. Then the next part was that IAM. So how I can able to be provide the accessing and how I am able to be given this project. Then where you are going to be stopped. So the story topic will become as S3. Either what kind of the publication you have to be doing it. Either you have to be doing it on the restrictions was there, you have to be doing it on how much storage things was there, how many people is going to have. So just small, otherwise Amazon or so lot of other databases is providing from the AWS. So then think back about the, as I told you, the DevOps. So where is your DevOps platform is coming on things was there. So you have to be go ahead on the AWS. So you have to be code like. So yes, as I mentioned was there. So I don't want to be converting all of my images. I just want to be stored it was there. Stored it on the GitHub. Where is the public repository? You can store it of all of your code was there, this was there. Then the code commit. These are the like AWS code gold. So then you have to be converting that one as image ECR, ECS. So how you have to be think about. So you always be thinking about how you want to be published about your code. How you have to be use it of your code in the future level. So accordingly, so either the Azure level or the AWS, we have a bunch of these features was there. So before that one, so always you have to be command the perspective. Yes, I need this way. I need to be published. Otherwise, I need to be go ahead and implementation about things was there. Either it is not only about your publication of your code. How you have to use it out. Okay, just example I will tell you. Just take small example of this. I need to be build like a Saint Joseph website. This is what my intention. So I need to just create the intention. So yes, you write the code on HTML format and you place it on the GitHub. Okay. So then what you have to do? So because your code is available. So go ahead, the code in AWS was there. So then you can use S3 the simple format. Otherwise you can go ahead and the like one DNS. Okay, how you have to be block the DNS here? You have to go ahead and using a DNS about AWS level. Otherwise the GoDaddy, you can block it like it saintjoseph.com. Then you can able to publish out. So okay. This is the simplest way you have to be think as a student's mindset was there. I don't want to be tell about the public level way. As a student mindset was there, how efficiently you have to be published out of your code and how efficiently you need to be good this one. So accordingly you need to be plan and you need to be implement. So like even AWS also we have to be bunch of the options is available. Like many guys were thinking about automation, AI, like ML. So every how we have the features was there. Like as I told you earlier, so yes, I need to be created instance. So the ML options was given by AWS. Yes, we have to be build a small code. So with that, all of every code was we can available on the AWS user plan. You just want to be sketch it out. Okay, I need this one. I think what the recent features was in the AWS. You can show the fingers. Okay, how many EC2 instance was created? How many things you want to get? You just show the finger. the AWS will be considering about how many fingers or because how many numbers was there in your things was there. Then accordingly you can able to be creating a EC2 instance was there. This much of additional advantages is provided by the AWS or the AWS. So means that you want to be go ahead in the robotics or AI model also. So you can able to be converting. So you have to be integrated your chat GPT to AI and you have to be do it on things for that. Because you just need a small token. So what kind of information you need to be pass it out and what you think. The main blocker was this one, you are thinking. So what you want to be do it out. So okay, don't come with a blind hat. Okay, I want to be, I don't have anything, so I need to be implemented. Not like that. You need to be thinking about your features or you need to be considering about what you want to be implemented. Either you want to be go ahead as a data developer, you need to be go ahead as a just a developer, Databricks. So what platform you need to be choosing it out. So how you want to be go forward. So because everyone is talking about the cloud. Cloud is not about the small things was there. Cloud has the multiple options, the multiple ways we have to be implemented. So your things was that you need to be selected where you want to be go. So because AWS is providing almost 200 plus services. So you are not going to use the more than 15 or 20 services apart from this one. Because these are the services as provided according to your requirement, according to your implementation. Okay, so DevOps you can able to be choose the 10 services, otherwise AI you have the different 10 services. So you have need to be concentration that languages. So you have ABCDs for this. Those are the like a basic services. Apart from this one, you should be concentration what you need because you are the guys just leading up your life. So don't thinking about okay that guy was suggested about the cloud infrastructure, this guy was suggested about robotics, this guy was suggested ML. Nothing you don't need it. Okay, nowadays the coding is not a big deal. Okay, you can go ahead and chat GPTs, they get the coding also. Okay, and the Python, so the Python is a basic level. But you have to be thinking about what you want to be implemented. Yes, I want to be go ahead and the robotics I want it to be implemented. Okay, 18 just list out about the 16 or 17 services. What these services are useful from the my implementation. Okay, just where I can able to small understanding about the DevOps. Okay, in the DevOps I have to be tell this one. We have to be concentrating about the cloud code commit, code build. So like ECR, ECS, like a little bit of the Kubernetes. So all of these are like a 6 or 7 services was applied. But everyone is talking about DevOps was the oceans and this was not going to do this. So these are the basic services you need to be aware of things for it. Like this one, like a data sticks. So what are things you need to be traded on data? So you need to be in RDS, like Amazon or also those are the other services you need to be concerned. Because that's what I meant to conclude was it. So don't think much about this one. So everyone is working on the cloud. I need to be go out on the cloud. Not like this. You need to be choose your platform. Accordingly of your platform, you need to be concentrating about what you want to be learn or what you want to be implemented. So the guidance is always be open. So okay, so any one of the AWS cases or any one of the expense cases, you can able to reach it out. Otherwise, as of your brothers or someone is working out, you can just go and ask this one. Hey, what you are working, and what are the services you going to work it out. Then they're going to be listed out 6 and 7 services. Accordingly, they're going to conclude okay, this guy working on this platform. So like this, you need to be like a full stack developer. Otherwise, you need to be because you need to be considering about things for them. Then you have to be go ahead. So like this only, don't think about AWS. These many services I need to be read all the AWS services and I need to be implemented. Never and ever you have to be do it at concentration. So anywhere or any cloud services, we need to be considering 10 things for there. Just analyzing of yourself and concentration those 10 services. That's more than enough. So that's what I'm going to be doing this one. But unexpected, I have to be unable to present myself. So it is an unexpected section at the last minute. So that's the reason I am able to be conclude and take the timings. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Joshi and Mr. Srikanth sir, for an enriching session that transcended expectations. Your assistance enhanced our understanding, making it an exceptionally splendid experience. Now I request Dr. P. Lada to present our distinguished speakers with mementos. I'm delighted to introduce our third distinguished speaker, Ms. Aditi Shani. Holding a prominent position as Senior Digital Marketing Manager at Amazon Web Services, she brings forth a wealth of expertise to the forefront. Today, Ms. Aditi will share insights on building a brand blueprint, 7 strategic steps for personal growth, guiding us through the intricate nuances of this subject. Join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Aditi as we eagerly anticipate our enlightening session that promises to broaden our horizons and deepen our understanding. Welcome you, ma'am.
First of all, give a round of applause to all of yourself for showing up today. I truly appreciate you all showing up on a weekend. It's not easy. That just shows me that you are already invested in building your personal brand. So thank you for that. And I promise you after we finish this presentation, you will have clarity on what personal brand is, how you can build it, what's the framework, when you can start building your brand, and a bunch of other things also. So if you were here in my talk yesterday, I said that ask questions, and I encourage all of you to ask the question towards the end. I would be able to answer a few after the presentation. If not, and we are running out of time, come meet me after the session or connect with me on LinkedIn, and if you have questions, I promise I'll address them. But I want you to be interactive. I'll be asking questions, so we're gonna have more or less like a conversational kind of session, not really like a teaching or coaching session. I know you all already do that in your weekdays and have been doing that over the weekend also. All right? So who am I? So you all know me as a DT. I joined AWS almost a couple of years ago. This is my first big tech opportunity or gig, you can say. Never worked in big tech industry, and I'm still here. So I come with 15 years of background in digital marketing in various domains like demand generation, search engine optimization, social media, and a bunch of more things probably. I don't want to dive deeper into that. And I have worked in various industries like before I joined AWS, I was with a clinical research organization and I was with them for 5 years. Before that, I was in hospitality. I also worked with criminal defense attorneys. That was a fun thing to do where you get to learn about all the amazing crimes that get done in the world. And what was I doing there? I was still doing what I'm doing here, which is doing digital marketing. So that's me. Now about personal brand. These are my question cheerleaders. You will see them as we progress through our presentation. Who is personal brand? What is personal brand? When you can start building your personal brand and why you should even be considering building a personal brand and how. So here's a question for you. Anyone? Who is the brand? Someone said something. Yes, so right. So I want you to remember this cat. This cat should appear in your nightmares when you're sleeping because it will emphasize on the fact that why you need to have a personal brand and when you can start it. You all are the personal brand.
You're the brand, your personality, what you portray to the outside world that makes you stand out of the crowd, that's a brand. With a raise of hands, show me if there is an influencer or someone who considers themselves an influencer in the crowd. Anyone? Yes. So if you are an influencer, which platform you are on? AWS. Okay. And anyone else? Okay. Who all are on Instagram? See? Who all are on LinkedIn? Facebook? Yeah, it's kind of Twitter, or should I say X, Snapchat, WhatsApp. See, you already have a presence on some of these amazing platforms that are available to you for free of cost. And what we do there is we scroll and scroll and scroll because our attention span is like what, of a fly these days, maybe like 2 seconds. If something doesn't grab our attention in 2 seconds, we just skip, right? That's where we want to find an opportunity to build us as a brand. How do you make sure that as you're building brand, that when someone comes to your content on one of the platforms on which you are active and consistently posting, they stay there, they capture, they read through it, they engage with it, they like, share, comment, and all that we keep asking everyone. You will need to go through all of those processes, unfortunately, but you are the brand, and your passions, your knowledge, your skills, your personality, something that you infuses and share with the world, that becomes a brand. It is not a corporate company, a business, or a university. But can you infuse yourself into the corporate or the university brands? Absolutely. Can you have both of them separate? Absolutely. That's your prerogative, what you want to do. But you have to have a brand, and your brand is unique. You're one of a kind. There's not two of you. Even the twins are not alike, right? They are very different from each other. So you are unique. Your brand is intentional. You are the owner of your brand, meaning you are the CEO as well as you are the peon of your brand. So you have to do all the grind work as well. You control your brand tone, style. You identify your audience, and you infuse your personality as compared to the corporate brand, which is very controlled, or a brand by the universities or the colleges that is very controlled. You align your messages to showcase what your university, your company, or anyone wants you to tell to the world, right? You cannot control it. It is very driven, and you inherit. So these are the subtle differences that you need to understand between the personal branding and as well as the corporate branding. Why? Can anyone answer why personal brand is needed? Go for it. Take a stab at that.
To have a voice on the internet.
Who was that? Yes.
To have a voice on the internet.
To have a voice on the internet. Anyone else? Yes.
To stand out from the crowd.
Love that. To stand out from the crowd, not cloud. Anyone else? Yes.
Personal branding is also used to attract the clients if you are providing the services.
I love that. So yeah, all good answers. I'll let you absorb this. You need a personal brand because that will give your career a launch. I've been talking to your faculty members and some of the students here, and they have shared the concerns around, getting hired these days. I got to know that last year the placement was 100%, which is probably not the case this year because of whatever is happening in the world, the micro and macroeconomic conditions that we all are going through. So how do you tackle a challenge like that? You need to start tackling that challenge right now before you are actually going to face it. So you need to have a say in the world that makes you stand out on the internet as well. That will give your career a launch. It will give validation to your work. Now you may be thinking, we are just students, we are not working right now, but are you not? You all are working. I talked to quite a few of you with all the projects that you had out there. Your projects is your work. You need to share it widely. Don't think of it as like, part of your curriculum or your syllabus that you have to do to get like good marks or grades or move to the next class. Of course you need that, but can you not share it with the world? Of course you can. That's your work. When you are a student, you don't have an experience in the corporate in a corporate job. So you that will give you validation. You will come across as a subject expert. So some of you may be very good with computers, some of you will be good with coding, some of you would be good in singing, dancing, whatnot. There's a whole world out there that have a ton of passions, and you all have that in you. So for you to come across as a subject expert in one area precisely, you need to start building on your brand now. It will also give you a platform that is very needed. Like what we do is in our own community, in our family and friends, they might know certain qualities about us that your friends or the wider audience that you're connected on the internet may not know. And you may be very good at it. For an example, if someone is really good at playing guitar, but your family knows that, but the world doesn't. Why? Like you deserve that attention. That's your passion. When you infuse your passion in your personal brand, you are going to shine besides the crowd. That will make you stand out. When recruiters, they go out and they are looking for, that perfect candidate for one of the companies, they are scrolling through like 100,000 resumes on a regular basis. In the sea of resumes, how do you stand out? You will stand out if you already have a presence as a subject expert in the niche that you are expert in or you're passionate about. I'll let you read that. In my team, in our organization, we have hired co-workers who have built their personal brands. It wasn't like, the run-of-the-mill interview process. Of course, they went through an interview process, but they have had an added edge to it. They already had a brand. They were already talking about AWS products and services, and they saw an opportunity. Organization saw an opportunity. It was a good match, and they were hired. This is precisely why you need to build a brand. What is it? You know who is it? What is it? Basic working model. Similarly like this, it's your unique value proposition. Whatever you say, whatever you present to the world, that is a personal brand. And do not confuse your reputation with a personal brand. This is something that I have personally seen and experienced when I work with clients in various domains. They'll say, hey, our company is this, we have good branding, and people love us. But that's not your brand. That's your reputation. You inherit your reputation. And there are very subtle differences in the reputation and personal brand as well, and precisely why I want to go over this here. Your reputation is your credibility that you have either built or inherited. And the personal branding is your visibility that you have deliberately invested in to build. So everyone has a reputation. Do we control it? Like someone can say, oh, this person is this. That person may not be that, but that's the reputation that person inherited, right? As compared to personal branding, when you're investing a ton of effort in your personal brand, it is very intentional. You become the owner. You dictate what you want to share with the world, in which domain, in which area, and these are the differences. And these are just the examples that I have here. John is out. All right, I guess we skipped that one. But just to give you an example of personal branding, let's see if I can go back. All right. So John is known for her reliability and expertise in ethical conduct. Clients and colleagues trust him or her. And John actively shares her. Okay, John cannot be a her. So John actively shares his insights and expertise in the field through blogs, social media, speaking engagements. Their personal brand is centered around being a thought leader with a focus on innovation and forward thinking. Now, with investment on the personal brand, they have been able to influence their reputation. If they were not doing this, they might still have a reputation, but it wouldn't be interlinked. Yeah? I'll let you read through this. Agreed? Your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. And it takes a lot of effort, a lot of patience, a lot of networking, a lot of nurturing to reach this stage. It's not going to happen overnight. Even to the best of the best in the world, it's a consistent effort. So now, probably, you may be thinking, what are those 7 strategic steps? Anyone has any ideas what those steps are? Anything. You don't have to know all of them, maybe 1 or 2. Huh? Speak. Okay. Do your groundwork. Consistency.
Hard work.
Networking. Public speaking. Being top of it.
Campaign.
Someone said something.
Campaign.
Who? Communication.
Network.
Sorry? Having a USP. You all are telling all the right things. Implement. So these are the 7 steps. As we'll go over these steps, each of these steps in the framework will have a bunch of questions. If you will just start answering those questions, take a pen and paper, find out some time in your week, maybe 1 hour, take 1 question and use it as a workbook. You will have a framework ready for your brand, and I promise you that. Are you ready? No, not to go through the framework, but are you all ready to build your personal brand?
Yes.
Thank you. What is the purpose? Now you know what is personal branding. You know who is personal brand, why you want to build personal brand, but what is the purpose of your personal brand? What is your driving force? What is the motivation behind you? Now that you said that you are ready to build your brand, there is some reason behind this. Anyone from the crowd can just raise their hand and tell me what is their motivation to build a personal brand? Opportunities. That's a good one. So that's your motivation. So now you know that your motivation is the opportunities that you want to explore and maybe land a good job in the world or go to, another country to pursue your career further. Now, what skills and talents you possess? For you to be able to get an opportunity, you need to understand your skills and talents, right? What topic piques your interest? You have amazing talents. Is that the talent or is that the niche where you want to get the opportunity? Let's say you're very good with coding and you're very good in playing guitar. Which out of those two you want to grow your personal branded that will help you land opportunities to grow your career further? You need to identify these subtle differences. Identify the topic that piques your interest. And this is something that I always say. And Praveen also mentioned in yesterday's keynote session, we work backwards. All of us at Amazon, it's inherent to us, we work backwards from the customer. We work backwards from the end goals that we want to achieve. When we start writing a project plan, our first topic is, our first introductory statement is, this is what we want to achieve. These are the metrics we want to achieve. And then we dive deeper into what's the problem, what's the solution, what is it that we are proposing, how we are going to get it. Think about yourself in 5 to 10 years when money is not a problem, when you have amazing jobs, amazing houses, no stress in the world. Where do you see yourself? Do you see yourself behind a computer desk? Maybe. You see yourself as a CEO? Maybe. You see yourself in Hollywood, Bollywood? Maybe. Think about that and then work backwards. Hollywood is an option as well. So, as we'll go through the framework, I'll put myself out there and I'll give you examples of my journey, how I ended up here. So, this is me, right now, building my brand. Something that I've not done before. In my past 15 years, I've built brands for other companies, other clients, but one thing I didn't do, I didn't build my own brand. If I had started doing that 15 years ago, I would have been at a different place, maybe a different level, maybe a different journey, but it's never too late, right? Who has a brand here? I know someone has a brand who said they're an influencer, right? Who else? That's good. That's good. I love that. On Instagram, who has more than 10,000 followers? Okay, 5,000. 5,000. Huh? I was trying to reach the wider audience. Okay, who on LinkedIn has more than 10,000 followers? Let me rephrase. 5,000? Yeah. Awesome. How many of us have a total of 100 followers on all the platforms together? All the platforms, not one platform, all the platforms. Right? Me too. I also have 100 followers. Now, you don't have to have a huge following for you to be a brand. You can be a brand with a smaller following, but the quality of your brand should be that if you're posting something to the 100 followers, at least 10 to 20% of those are interacting with your brand. If you have, let's say, 1 million followers and only 10 or 20% are interacting, is that a good brand? Probably not, right? And I'm the face behind AWS developers' socials. So that's the battle I fight every day inside as well. I tell them, don't send me 16 posts to be published in one day. Send me one in 1 week, but make it so impactful that someone who lands there, they don't have an option but to engage, like, comment, share, and read through it, and then end up where that post wants them to end up at. That is very crucial. We post, like, we hear all these amazing things on Instagram and LinkedIn. Hey, we have X amount of followers. We are posting like 16,000 things, but we are not getting anything out of that. I don't want you to land there. Just let go of that mindset completely. Audit. If you have your brand already, check what that brand is. You know your motivation, you know your skills, you know the topics of interest. Now you need to audit, you need to dive deeper into it. Check to see if it aligns with the motivation you have, right? If I'm on LinkedIn and I'm trying to build a brand on LinkedIn, let's say in digital marketing, and I suddenly start posting Bollywood songs there, that would be fun. But that's not the brand, right? So audit, see if it's reaching the correct audience at the right time, and have you been consistently posting? What was the outcome? That is super essential. Areas that you will find where you lack in your personal branding journey is an opportunity for you. All you need to do is, when you will refine and reiterate on your brand journey, is just focus on those red areas. That's it. Rest will automatically fall in place. And did it align with your brand vision that you had in mind? This is what I did. When I started building my LinkedIn profile, I analyzed and identified the gaps, and that gave me a roadmap. Sorry, can I have some water, please? My voice is breaking. Thank you. Before starting, identify your demographics. This is very important. All these platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, you name it, they have data on demographics. What is demographics? That's your target audience. Who is it? Where are they? What company size? Are they male? Are they female? so on and so forth. What's their age range, which location they are in, right? How big of the companies are where they are working. So that's your target audience. Believe it or not, it is really, really crucial for you to identify your target audience. If your content is reaching to the wrong audience, you are doing it wrong. That's where you need to get a grip on they engage with it. You want to see my LinkedIn audience?
Yeah, sure.
That's my audience. So my demographics is seniors and entry level or early career development or students like yourself. And the C-suite, which is CXO, CEOs, CTOs, they're not my audience. If I suddenly start writing really technical or journalist level articles on my LinkedIn profile, I'll probably get no engagement because that kind of advanced literature on a profile where I'm building my brand does not resonate with my primary audience, which is seniors and entry level. So it's very essential as you will start writing the copies and the posts and whatnot on the platform of your choice, you understand the demographics and how many people you are reaching. That is important. Now before starting, remember, not everyone is consuming the content in the same way. This is essential. What is the medium? Okay, who all are comfortable being on video? Like, you can be yourself, authentic on video and you're fine with it. Amazing. Audio, like podcast and all. There you go. Writing, sketching, designing. That's your medium. You all have just identified the medium that you all are comfortable with. If you're comfortable with, if you're comfortable in video and audio and everything, I recommend find one medium. Do not dilute yourself everywhere. Invest your time and effort and energy in only one medium. It can be any medium and consistently, and prioritize that. It's that simple. As you get comfortable and you build your brand in one medium, repurpose it on other channels at that point in time. So phase out your branding journey. I'll take one quick second to grab some napkins. This is my brand. Something I started literally last year. It's literally an infant right now. It's not a brand, but for me, it's a brand. Because I'm investing effort in it. I'm investing my energy in it. I'm embodying it. I'm socializing it. I'm talking about it. So this is a newsletter that I started last year. It's a monthly newsletter on LinkedIn. Shares like, really fun way of all the experiences that I've gained during my last 15 years or any resources that I think might be of value. I've only written 3 articles and I'm okay with that. I don't have time to write like a weekly post or a daily post as a newsletter. This pace works for me. You might be able to find a different pace. You may be able to do like a daily post or a weekly post or something like that. Whatever it is, stick to it. Don't just start like suddenly like, okay, I'm going to do like a weekly post, boom, 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 boom. 4 weeks you're in and then suddenly, whoosh, it disappeared just because you got busy with something else. You don't want to do that. Start building your story. Very important. It's a journey that you all are going through as you're building your personal brand to land the opportunities that you want to land at the end of the day, right? So what you need to do, you need to build your story. How are you going to build the story? There's a huge emphasis in Amazon to write. That works for us. Maybe it works differently for you. One thing though, I want to emphasize, use a tool or a mechanism that will instill your personal narrative in some way or form. For example, you start your brand journey today, you become something, let's say in 1 year, 1 month, 2 months. Now when you want to go back and you want to analyze your brand and see if it is aligned with what you started it with, you need to have a reference point. It can be a pen or paper. Start writing. When I first started working my very first job, one thing that I did in that job was every day I wrote the things that I learned. Every day I wrote the things that I had absolutely no idea about. Now I still have those notes that helped me. I don't do that anymore, so your brand evolves, absolutely. But use a narrative to define your personal journey. That is really, really essential. Your narrative will give you insights into the first goals that you set up. You need to have metrics as well that will help you see very crisply where you lack and where you are growing. Data is key. Even in personal branding also, data is key. Don't just consider that, okay, maybe I don't care. It's just the followers that matter to me. Of course, it matters to all of us. What if like 50% of your followers are all bots? And then 25 to 30% of them are like, they're just there and they don't see your content. And out of the remaining 20 or 25%, only 5% engage because rest of them, they don't care or they're just jealous or you're just getting trolled. Bunch of things happen in the social world these days and you all have been through that, right? So it's really important to understand your personal narrative, write it, define your metrics, and tell your story visually. If you can, that helps to infuse some creative element to your everyday work life and routine. This presentation was a paper first. When I was designing this presentation, this is what I did the entire day. I just jotted down everything that I had in my head. If I didn't do that, this presentation would be 69 slides long. No one has time to go through that. Highly consistently, this is the scary part. I see people building their stories, I see them investing a ton of effort, but when it comes time to publish it and share it widely, they just pause. Why? Fear of being vulnerable, fear of getting trolled, or lack of motivation. Bunch of things happen. This is the point where you need to cross that and not make it like a blocker in your journey, and believe it or not, you will come to that stage, but you just need to push it through. Embody it, socialize it, like how I'm doing right now. When you are at that stage, you have invested a ton of effort, be a close circle, solve a problem online. If you're trying to build a community on LinkedIn, find the problems that, let's say, other students in the same course they are facing. Address them. Address it continuously. And sooner than later, you will establish yourself as a subject expert in that one particular field. Use option that LinkedIn gives you, collaborative articles. Top voices. Yeah, the more you start engaging and sharing your feedback and opinion, you will start getting Top Voices badge as well. One thing that I did personally, I wanted to get a Top Voices social media badge on my LinkedIn profile. It took me like 6 months, but I just posted my feedback on the collaborative articles consistently, and it happened. And promise you it will happen for all of you as well. This is all free. It just needs time and investment. Your brand needs to evolve and scale, therefore analyze it. Measure. Very important, very, very important. Are you meeting the goals that you first laid down when you first started the journey? Whatever those goals were, go back. Go back to those goals frequently, maybe once a month or once a quarter. See if you have posted X posts on LinkedIn, January, February, March. From that, you gained 100 followers. You got like 6% engagement rate. Were those the goals that you first laid down? Maybe, maybe not. And if not, you would be able to go back again and identify what is lacking. Is it the audience that they are not resonating with my content? Is it the medium that I have chosen? Maybe I'm sharing something that should be a video or that should be an article, and I'm just doing a podcast about it. Trust me, you will get insights from the data. Focus on the output, not the input. Do not do a lot of work. Do less work, but aim for the higher output, bigger output. That's where you want to land. And evolve, audit, and adjust. Continue to do that. Want to see what were my goals before I started with this? This is what I set myself up for in 2024. Very simple, SMART goals. I hope you all know what SMART goals are. So SMART goals are something that attainable in a timely manner. You would be able to find more detailed conversation and more detailed information on that. I don't want to dive deeper into SMART goals. I'll continue to speak about it. But my goals were I wanted to do 4 speaking sessions in 2024 and an entire year, maybe have like 2,000 connections on LinkedIn and 160 per month connections. That's my goals. And then maybe 600 new subscribers on Digitally Effective, which is the newsletter I shared. I haven't been able to go back and visit my goals yet, but I think my speaking sessions are good. I'm already green on that. I'm sure I am probably crossed that, but this was what the state was 2 weeks ago before I started interacting and meeting all of you. And from this, I knew I didn't have to focus on this, I just need to focus on that, right? So the red KPIs, red data points are your opportunities. Don't be afraid to share them. As you will go into the corporate world also, as you will have to share your success metrics for your products or your services, you will always have that feeling inside you, oh, this is not doing good. I should not share it with my manager or with my teacher. I say do it. Share it. Because then you will get the answer to how you can make it green. And these are the resources. Take a snapshot of that. AWS provides so many opportunities for you to network, to connect, to engage with the community, to be part of cloud clubs, to take free courses from skill builders. Go through all of them in your own time. Set a schedule for yourself, like in 1 month I'm going to do this, in another month I'm going to do that. Do it. There are not probably many digital marketing courses, and if someone is interested in that, there is a bunch of options on YouTube, on Instagram. You can go through that. Highly recommend following the socials, AWS developers. And this is not me marketing the brand. I'm sharing these with you because these are actually the resources. Right now we have Party Rock Hackathon going on with 120K prizes. $120K, $120,000. It took me 3.5 minutes to build an app, and I don't know anything about coding through Party Rock. So that's the place where we share this kind of information. Some more resources. And you have been taking so many GenAI sessions. One thing that we didn't talk about. When should we start building the brand? Thank you. Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause if you answered this question. So yeah, these are some of the famous known people who built their brands in when they were 62, 45, 18, 15, 44, 28. You can start now. Because what you're going through right now is an experience that should be shared. Your experience as you will grow in your journey will evolve. It will become something else. But start right now, don't wait. Yes, thank you. Take a snapshot of this. Now, I'm telling you, you all need to have nightmares about this cat. Huh? Is that fun and scary, right? I love dogs, but cats make you lonely. They're funny.
7 lights.
And connect with me. And I'm gonna take questions now, and you have to ask questions. It's imposed on you. Yes. I hear you, and it's not easy. That's why I was saying not everyone is comfortable being on camera or being that forthcoming, whether it's in any way or form. You can invest efforts in building a brand, but somewhere you will need to go over that social anxiety. That's where you seek help from the people that you're comfortable with whom you don't have anxiety. You have close friends, right? Talk to them. Maybe make them your advocates, right? Share your experiences with them. They will help you get over that social anxiety. Okay. Sorry. And that's it. All right, thank you so much.
Guys, thank you for attending and thank you so much. That was a very good session. I would like to take group photo for this session because that session may help students to learn something about them for building your present portfolio, right? Shall we have a group photo for a while? Yes. Nani, you know that. Maybe they can start or something that they can do right.
చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ మీ అమ్మకి ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది మా అమ్మకి 55
మా అమ్మ 10 ఏళ్ళు పెంచిస్తే మా అమ్మకి 20 ఏళ్ళు చూసేస్తే
నేను 30 మా అమ్మకి 18 చేస్తారు మా అమ్మ సరే ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిన ఫొటోస్లో నువ్వు స్నాప్ పెట్టుకొని
రోజు క్లాస్కి ఆపోజిట్లో అపార్ట్మెంట్ పెట్టుకుని 10 దాకా నేను ఎక్కడో ఇల్లు పెట్టుకుని రావట్లేకపోతున్నా
ఎక్కడో ఇల్లు పెట్టానంటే బస్సులు తేడా మళ్ళీ
with immense joy, I introduce our fourth distinguished speaker, Mr. Vishal Alhad. With a notable presence as the DevOps lead at Forcepoint Software, he brings a unique perspective and wealth of experience to our gathering. Today, Mr. Alhad will delve into the captivating topic of securing tomorrow, getting started with AWS and cloud security. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Alhad.
Am I audible to everyone? Okay. So everyone had a good lunch? Fish was very tasty. Chennai food is awesome. I am in love with the Chennai food. I am from Pune. So in Pune we don't get that tasty seafood. So I was pretty impressed with the food. So you might be feeling little sleepy. So for today's session we are going to do it as interactive as possible. So I will be asking the questions. I have a few goodies to give away. So I would encourage everyone to also be a part of questions and answers. And I would love to listen a few stories from you guys too. So who is working on any kind of security project, cyber security or any kind of project? One, two, that's good. Any students who are enthusiastic about cyber security or they want to make careers in cyber security? Very nice. I can see many of the hands raised. That's awesome. So when we talk about a software engineering or when we are starting with any kind of software engineering projects, what we think that security is not a concern that we should consider at first, right? And we start developing the code as a developer. We start developing the code. If you think at the college level projects, you start developing with your code. We do with the database things. We do with the rest of the coding things, deployment things. We design the pipelines, but we forget about security. What we think is we can do security later when we deploy that particular project. But that is not the case. So in today's session, we are going to see what are the things that are needed to be considered when we are starting our project and what are the security aspects that we need to consider. So I'll start with my quick introduction. My name is Vishal Alhad. I am a senior software engineer working with Forcepoint Software. Forcepoint Software is world's leading cybersecurity company that provides security products and services to various enterprises, end users, and I am working with them as a DevSecOps engineer, where we are simplifying the security for various pipelines. Okay. Apart from that, I am an active community contributor. I am AWS user group Pune leader. I was recently nominated and I won the APJ Community Builder of the Year for Asia Pacific and Japan region.
and I love to speak and share my knowledge with the community and students and professionals all over the world. I have spoken with many of the conferences. So yeah, that was the brief introduction of me. Let's move to the agenda for today. Yeah. So we are going to see what is security, basics of the security. So if there are some newbies who want to learn about more about security, I will cover that. And we are going to see, should the lack of security be considered as a defect? So you know the software life cycle. So we are going through that, and we are going to see if lack of security should be considered as defect. Then how AWS does the security things into your pipelines or DevOps pipelines. Then when you think about the pipelines, there are concepts like security of the pipeline and security in the pipeline, right? And if we have enough time, we will have some hands-on demo, a code-based demo, how we can secure our code in order to do that. Okay. So if anyone has question, feel free to interrupt me and ask. I would love to hear from you guys as well. So let's start first from the shared responsibility model. So who has recently deployed any kind of application on AWS or any kind of cloud, not on AWS? Okay. So what were the things that you had deployed? Fusion. Okay. So where you had deployed that particular code?
Into a college website.
Okay.
So basically what we used to do is we used to take the database, design it according to the customer needs and wants, deploy it back to their further to assess for their further education.
Great. So in that particular thing, what was the responsibility of the cloud provider that you are using?
See, I use Oracle Cloud because Oracle is now moving from on-premises to off-premises.
Right.
So we are trying to migration, create disaster recovery.
Okay.
Into a different
Okay, so was that a SQL database?
Yeah, it is an Oracle SQL.
Okay, so I'll ask you a question. In that SQL database, if there was a SQL injection attack on database, whose mistake that would be? Would that be Oracle's mistake or would that be your mistake? Yes, so it's a general SQL injection attack where it is trying to steal the data.
Because we write in a different, we use a different tool for writing. We use Notepad++, so we actually design and use later and using an integration tool like push and pull method, we use push and pull method.
Okay, nice. So when we think about deploying any kind of workloads on the cloud, and when we think about deploying those things on the cloud, what we think is when we are using AWS or any cloud provider, we think entire responsibility will be of the AWS. We don't have to think about anything about it. We'll just develop our code, we'll just design our databases and we'll deploy that on AWS. But that is not the fact, because AWS works on shared responsibility model that you're seeing on the screen, where AWS holds some responsibilities that AWS provides. AWS provides you a platform to host your applications, right? And then as a customer or end user, where we are deploying our projects or workloads on AWS, we are equally responsible to provide the security for our applications. So if you see in this diagram, you have the responsibility where AWS is responsible, and where as a customer you are responsible for which of the things. So let's go quickly through this diagram, where the AWS responsibility lies, right? So you know AWS has multiple regions, edge locations, and availability zones, AZs, right? So anyone knows how many AZs are there? Or any region in India? Anyone knows which are the regions?
Mumbai,
Hyderabad. Hyderabad, Mumbai. Okay. Anyone knows where it is in Hyderabad? Anyone?
Manikonda.
Sorry?
It depends on your data center where it is located.
Yeah, but anyone knows where is the data center? We have AWS heroes. Do you know where is data center?
Manikonda.
Mumbai? Do you know? No, you don't know. I don't know. So because this is kind of secure information. AWS does not disclose the locations of the data center. People do not know where the edge locations or your edges are lying, and they are secured because for the physical locations of your physical presence of your data centers, they are much secured, and they are like, if you know about how AWS deploys, they have replication set up for multiple ACs and regions. So they are isolated from each other, so that it will be safe from any kind of natural calamities or earthquake or flood. And generally, no one knows about where they are located. So this is AWS responsibility to secure your data centers and physical locations. Apart from that, there might be some employees working in a data center. So it's AWS responsibility to provide secure access to those data centers. No other person will be able to enter that data center and access that data center, or do something over there, some malicious activities, or steal the data from there, and do some kind of uh, unintended things that should not be done, right? Then after that, the hardware, after hardware and global infrastructure that we discussed, next is software. So what is software in case of AWS? When we launch a EC2 instance in AWS, they provide us with some AMIs, right? Amazon Linux, Ubuntu, or they provide us with the AMIs and packages pre-installed. So for those packages, AWS will be responsible to maintain the security of that particular EC2 instances. After that, storage. What kind of storage AWS provides? Anyone? S3? More? Yeah, S3. After that, anything else? Anything else in storage?
Object
Sorry?
storage.
IDS? Yeah. IDS is a database system. You cannot call it storage. Yeah, EBS, EFS, right? Okay. So for these storage things, AWS is responsible to secure those things, securing your physical disks, then securing the it by providing the encryption so that no one will be able to access data directly. And then next we have database, well, where we said IDS or Aurora database, MySQL databases. What are databases AWS hosts? It's AWS responsibility to secure the databases that will be managed on non-managed databases. Okay? After that, the networking that AWS provides, AWS makes sure that they are protecting their networks end-to-end with certain encryption policies or security policies. So these are all infrastructure side things that AWS uses in order to secure the workload, secure their infrastructure. Apart from that, there might be OS that AWS provides. Then AWS provides with WAF, Web Application Firewalls, and AWS manages all the security related things for Web Application Firewall. Even they will provide you the security rules and ACLs, predefined ACLs in order to secure your workload as well. Apart from that, the platform, application, and IAM are the things that AWS manages in context with the security in order to secure your products or your workloads. So where the customer responsibility lies in this particular case, right? So consider you are deploying a bank application which has some backend that is hosted on some database. Consider it is MySQL Aurora database, and front end is on EC2 instances with some Java applications and any kind of UIs that you are using. You might be having some third-party applications where you are sending the calls to serverless application on Lambda, and it is kind of integrated framework. So in that case, when you are providing a UI for your customers, it's your responsibility to make sure that you are using proper authentication for your application. So if you are doing a college project and you are providing a user access, there are multiple ways. When you are starting, generally we provide a username and password field, and we use it to get authenticated. So you can send that data via post, like kind of request. So if you encrypt that data, it won't be much vulnerable to the attacks. If that data is, when the post data is not encrypted and it is sent as a plain text, to the server from client side, anyone can trust it, right? Anyone can see your data that is being sent from post, and they can easily get that credentials from there. So it's your responsibility as a customer to make the application secure by providing correct ways to authenticate the users in a secure way, right? So if you are aware about the Java, Java has JWT, Java Web Tokens, where they can authenticate. In many of the languages or programming languages, there are various technologies which or plugins which help you to provide the secure way to log in your users, right? Then yeah, I talked about the client side and server side encryption, and then data integrity. When you are storing your data somewhere in a database, you are responsible for your data. AWS will not be responsible for your data that you are storing, because if someone goes in your application, might be if you are aware about insider threat for the companies, some employee in your company goes in your database who has access and does any changes to the database that are not intended or that are not good. What AWS can do in that case, right? It's your responsibility as a client or end user. It's your responsibility to protect that data and provide the authenticated users to have access to your database. Then the network traffic protection, where you are starting the calls to some kind of APIs, or when there is a communication between some third-party services, or where there is communication between client and servers, you need to make sure that you are applying proper security measures like TLS, and you are applying the various network protection rules in order to protect your data. Like we had a discussion about SQL injection attack few minutes ago. So you need to make sure that you are adding the SQL injection attack rules in order to prevent those kind of attacks arriving to your servers, right? And then firewall configuration, that is again the responsibility of the customers to make sure that your firewall is configured according to your application. So consider your application is WordPress, hosted on, developed using PHP, hosted on Apache server, right? Yes, sir. Then you need to make sure that you are applying proper rules where it is preventing the PHP admin attacks, then it is preventing the backend attacks where people are trying to steal the data from your web servers using random directory names, and they are trying to get the data from, steal the data from your file storage, right? And if you are storing any kind of files in shared systems where there might be a requirement where you need to share some files from your data, from your file structure. In that case, you need to make sure that particular file system is secured with some security mechanisms like tokens, right? So let's move to the next slide. After anyone has any questions about shared responsibility model?
No, sir.
Okay, let's move next. So in recent reInvent that happened in December in Las Vegas, Vernal Vogel said security is everyone's job now. It's not just the security teams. So when you work in the software companies, you know there are multiple teams. There is development team, there is QA team, there is business analyst team, DevOps teams. Then if you have heard about in the security, we have a dedicated security team, IR team, incident response team, and there are multiple teams if according to your products, right? So generally it is a myth. People think that security is just a job of security teams. Developers think it is not my responsibility. QA thinks security is my responsibility. In my company, we have dedicated security team that works. But this is not true. Security is job for everyone that is working for that particular product or development, because even the stakeholders who are thinking about that product, who are planning for that product, are responsible for considering the security. Okay. We'll go see how developers will be responsible for security, QA team will be responsible for security. Okay. So I have a question for you. Should lack of security be considered as a defect? Everyone knows software development life cycle here, right? Everyone knows. So do you think you know the bug error. Everyone knows the bug. What is bug? What is error? So should lack of security in a product should that be considered as a defect?
Yes.
Sorry.
Maybe it's just a phase that you have not used it for security.
Yeah. So should that be considered as a bug or defect?
It is not considered as a defect. There's only you have not used the security. You have made available for everybody.
Hmm.
Due to the lack of awareness, you might create it.
Okay.
It will be security issue.
Yeah. So while developing a product, if you consider about product life cycle, should we consider that as a defect? Because when we develop, we see the code, we see a bug in the code, and there might be some UI defect. We mark it as a defect and we pass it to developers. What about the security issues? You see that some data is directly exposed on your UI or in your console somewhere. There might be some sensitive information. If you think there is Aadhaar card information somewhere that is stored, that is shown somewhere on your console in your API calls. You are seeing that data. Should that be considered as security defect? Okay. And you find any kind of thing. Should that be considered as defect for your software? Anyone? Should that be considered as a defect? If you see some security breach or kind of any security vulnerability that might affect your product, should that be considered as a defect? No?
Yes.
Anyone with no? Yes? Anyone with no? Okay. So, I'll tell you. When we think that many of the people have the mentality that security is not a defect or lack of security is not a defect. Defect is something that lies inside your product and product is not performing well or there are some errors with your product, right? That's why it is not a defect. It should not be considered a defect. But that can be a wrong way to interpret security, because any kind of lack in security or any kind of issues in your product security should be considered as a defect, right? Because I'll give you a general life example. I came from Pune by flight. If I knew that my flight had some problems, would I sit on the flight? Will you sit in that flight? If you know, would you sit in that flight, right? You drive cars, everyone cars or bikes, right? Everyone drives it. If you know earlier day you had some issues with your brake, with a car brake, and there might be some failures, will you drive that car next day? Will you drive? You'll first fix it, right? And then you'll drive. So what did you fix? Issue with your bike. That might be security issue. That might be, you can consider as a personal security issue because you are going to in risk because of that. Similar to that, as an end user, if you know there is some lack in security of your product, will you use that? Or your end users will use that? Yeah, so that is ultimately defect. That is lacking of security is a defect in a product. So you should consider that as a defect and you should fix that first. So for this we are going to see how we can implement the architecture, secure architecture, and if you have some time we will see the code as well, how we can do that in pipelines for the code. But first, all these things bring us to DevSecOps, right? DevSecOps. You know DevOps. Everyone knows DevOps?
Yes, sir.
DevOps, it's a methodology and good practices that we implement in order to deploy your applications. So in DevOps, in DevSecOps, we follow these kind of things: culture, process, and tools. So what is culture when we talk about DevSecOps? Security is not the task of just security team that we discussed, right? So when you talk about culture, developers who are working on actual product development should know the security things. So I'll give the example, real-time thing that happened with me in my company few years ago. There was a developer who was hired recently after he passed his graduation. He was very smart, very enthusiastic to do the things continuously. And what he did was he was assigned with a new project. We are doing some POC work, POC project. It was kind of email application to send emails out, marketing emails. And he picked up some open source project from GitHub. He deployed that project on his local machine. Everything was working fine. He deployed database, everything. Everything worked fine on his machine. And then he decided to go on AWS. So we set up a new account and we started we set up a new account, we provided the credentials to him, and he started working, deploying on that. So as that particular team was new, that account was set up new, his team lead provided him admin access, right? And because he was smart and he was doing very well, he deployed that application on AWS, right? You all do that. Everyone has created AWS accounts, Prettier accounts or anyone. So what generally you do is you create an account, you create root user, then you create users and deploy your root. He did the same thing. Everything was good, and then he pushed his code on GitHub and on his own repository, and then he pulled on AWS. Everything is good. Anything, one thinks that there might be something wrong here. Security. Which one? Which authorization? Least privilege thing. Yeah, that is the thing that his lead should have considered. The thing that he did, do you think there was any lack of security? For security groups. Yeah, security groups. That is one thing that might be concerning. Oh, he was pretty smart. He had made sure that there will be only secure thing. Okay, so he deployed that application. I'll tell you where he lacked about the security. He deployed his application was running very smooth, everything worked very well, emails were sent out, 10,000 of emails were sent out in an first hour, and it was very good. Everyone was happy with that deployment, even the company management, product management team were very happy. And after 3 or 4 hours, our management team received an email from AWS that your bill for that account is should to take more than $10,000. What? Indian notes, where was the security breach here? Admin access. Okay. Yeah, but if he is using the servers, that not might get $10,000 of bill. 10,000 huge amount. Yeah, API keys. So, where do you think API keys might be exposed? That is the correct answer. API keys were exposed. Where might have the... Yeah, that's correct. So that guy, what he had done, he had pushed his code on GitHub. GitHub is a public, you know. He had pushed that on his own repository, where it was public repository, and instead of storing the credentials securely, he had added his AWS account credentials into the environment file of his repository. Right? Yeah, generally I'll tell you how we can manage the credentials, but at this time he had not used any kind of, there were hard-coded credentials in his environment file, right? And there are crawlers, hackers, if anyone knows how hackers work, they have the crawlers who are trying to find out these kind of credentials. So AWS now has very good mechanisms to find out these kind of credentials, and AWS detects and sends immediately the email and blocks that particular repo as well. But at that time there was no such mechanism. So the hackers crawled to that particular repository, got those keys, and used those keys in order to spin up the new instances which were used for Bitcoin mining. So if you know the P4 or graphical instances, they had spin up those instances in order to do Bitcoin mining. That's why that bill was raised to $10,000 or more than that. So this is one of the use cases that I have seen where security was lacking because developers were not aware about the thing. So in order to make sure that your credentials are secure, you should never use hard-coded credentials first thing. and when you are pushing the code, there should be some pre-checks where it should scan your code and make sure that there are no security vulnerabilities in your code that might expose your private credentials on it. We are going to see which are the tools that AWS provides. So these are a few of the things, culture, process and things. In process, we need to have a predefined set of policies where we can enforce the security measures to the users in your organization, like everyone should use the MFA. MFA should be enabled for all console-based accesses. If you are using API keys for accessing any kind of AWS services and resources, you should use token-based authentication, the STS service provided by AWS, in order to do the authentication to inter-service communications, right? Okay, so as we were discussing about, security is not just a part of security. Security lies in each step of development life cycle. Everyone might have seen this particular life cycle of DevOps, right? Dev and Ops. So security lies start from where you are planning your application, when you are planning, right? From the planning phase. So in the planning phase, when BAs or the stakeholders of the application are starting with the planning, they must be aware of the security policies and things that they need to implement and they need to enforce to their teams. That might be development team, ops teams, QA teams, or security teams. There should be the policy set for each of the organization or for each of the product, so that your product is secure from majority of vulnerabilities and security breaches. So how we can achieve this? How we can achieve this? By driving the cultural changes in your organization. So I told you, people think that as I am a developer, I'm not responsible for any of these security things, but that is something that needs to be changed. So when we talk about driving the changes, there are two things. When we there are particular tenets when you think about the security, and there are cultural. They are split into two parts: culture and process, and all those are operated using the tools. Might be automation, and many tools are there in order to use those things. Breaking down the cultural barriers. For the security, make your teams capable that each member of the team will be responsible for their own security related things. Developers must know that what security measures they need to follow, so that they will be aware of the things. They should not expose any kind of security credentials. There should not be any hard-coded values in your databases or in your code. There should not be any kind of security credentials directly stored in your code. You should use some password management things like, or credential management things like SSM or secrets manager from AWS in order to store your credentials and then access inside your code, right? Then work as a team. Now it is the same, like a developer says, this thing is not my work. DevOps team will consider about it, or security team will consider about this. This is not my thing. So everyone should say or on the same page in order to implement the security and build a security product. In supporting business and IT agility, so when we are developing product, we need to consider security while maintaining the pace of product development, and we need to make sure that we are developing a secure product in minimal time, right? Then collaboration and communication while developing, so that security teams will be able to collaborate with development, QA and business teams and help them to secure your product. And development team will be time to time responsible to report to the management as well as other DevOps and other teams in order to secure that particular secure project. Then treating the infrastructure as a code. Anyone knows infrastructure as a code? Anyone knows what is infrastructure as code? Yeah? Right? Yeah?
You can create a AWS environment with the code.
Sorry?
You can create a AWS environment with the help of infrastructure as a
So
code.
what is the purpose of that? We can go on console and do that. Why we need to use the code, write a code and do it?
It takes more time. We can create a template, predefined template. We can increase the security instead of doing thread, doing one by step. Now we cannot miss something.
Basically helps to automate. We want to reuse the component again and again. Reuse. We can go with the
Reusability.
We are want to create 100 instances. By manually it's not easy. But we want to there will be manual errors, issues. So to avoid that, we can have a single script that we can automate maybe at any time just by a command and demand.
Okay. Reusability, yeah. We cannot call it container, but we can call it as template. Right. We can use template.
Or else tags we can.
Locate the resources. Then donate manually. We can.
Okay. Yes, so we can create a template. Yes. Right. Yeah, that is one of the points that I was going to tell. So everyone told about template and reusability and things. But what happens if someone goes, you created that using template, but someone goes to your console and does any changes? Security group, he opened a security group to public, or he increased your instance size to much more higher. What happens in that case? Does, yes. So yeah, any like I'm not talking about any specific tool. Every tool has its own ways to track the things. CloudFormation, AWS has CloudFormation, Terraform, Pulumi. All there are multiple tools that help us to develop a code using infrastructure as a code. So if you think about Terraform, Terraform is a state file that keeps all the information that you have created using infrastructure as a code. So if someone goes to your console and does any changes, it detects drift that your infrastructure has been changed on your console. And in a minute, you can apply the changes to revert that to original state. So that you'll have a consistent development. There won't be any security breaches, or there won't be anything like majorly if you have seen many of the developers when working, they try to open a port that is publicly accessible. That is again a security breach. So you can revert that immediately. So treating infrastructure as code is one of the things. Then automating the things. Automation is a way to implement the security, and you need to apply the policies and automate those policies for security in order to achieve maximum security. Keep it in iteration, keep automation in iteration, so that you will have a secure product, and whenever new vulnerabilities or new kind of security breaches are identified in your system, there are tools in AWS which help you to identify and mitigate those risks. So we are going to see those tools. So there are two ways in those tenets that we need to consider. There are two actions we can say, prioritizing and prevention. So we should make sure that we will prevent the attacks instead of allowing them to enter your systems and doing any kind of malicious activities or security breaches. And then detecting and responding. If you find some security breach or something unusually on your account, you should report that and make sure that you are responding to those attacks correctly. There are multiple ways. You can find on AWS there are security tools that help you to detect those attacks. Like if you heard about in firewall, you can see in WAF you can see the attacks, incoming attacks, and the definitions of that attack. You can update your WAF definitions in order to identify the correct attacks and block them. So when we talk about deployment pipelines, we have these kind of things. These are majorly related to the agility of your product development and deployment, where we consider the time as a factor in order to make sure that we are deploying those things. So when you are considering time, when we are applying the security, it should not affect the deployment time of your product development life cycle, right? Because it should not be like we are delaying because of where we are applying the security. So when we think about the time, we need to make sure how much frequently you are deploying. Then lead time for the changes. If something happens, there are some issues, what will be the time for the changes? Then the change failure rate and time to restore service. So consider there are some failures in a service when we are thinking this DevSecOps. If there are failures, we need to make sure how much time it will need in order to restore that, and failure rate as well, right? Failure rate is like if you are deploying 10 pipelines and 2 pipelines fail, so it comes around 80% of failure rate, right? So we are going to see how AWS does security into the DevOps, right? So culture of the security is not equal to security culture. So culture of security is everyone's job. Everyone need to think about the security, just not just the security teams, right? Yeah. So in order to enable the security, what we need to make sure is to every team in your organization should make sure that they are taking the ownership of the security of the thing that they are working on. So they need to enable the security, and that's how we can achieve the security at the scale. When you are scaling, if you are starting a with a small project and you are going to scale that project gradually, it will help you if your team is enabled to take the energy, enabled and trained to take the ownership of the things that they are developing in regards to the security. It will be helpful for them to scale their product fastly and better and efficiently. So in AWS, there are generally AWS works in this way to distribute the security for them. AWS own the security things, what they build and what they run, like the service team that works on. They own about what they build and run. So they are responsible of the things that they are doing. And then AWS security team, who only dedicatedly works for the security related things. And then our owners and enablers, they say that we own the organization's overall security and enable product teams to deliver and operate securely. So they will provide the tools, mechanisms, scripts, and various policies, and they will enforce the policies so that everyone working for the engineering team will be able to make sure that they are developing a secure product, right? Yeah, these are the few of the best practices that AWS follows when they are deploying any kind of products and services and providing any services to their users as well. Treating the infrastructure as code, defining the guardrails, not gates. And gates is something like if you think about security groups and things, we can entirely stop the access. But as an organization, we should not do that. Let people explore the things, but we should define the guardrails where people will know that we should not cross this, and we will define the guardrails that where the access is not required for a particular person, that access should be stopped there, right? That is something we know as we call it guardrail. Then establishing the security controls using various tools, authentication and authorization, we know. Then automating, I told you about automation, automating as much as possible, and wrapping the security around the pipeline. So when we think about the DevSecOps things, and we define the pipelines using Jenkins or AWS Code Build and AWS pipeline tools, we need to wrap the security around your pipeline so that when you are building and deploying your product will be deployed securely without any kind of security concerns. So there are two concerns. We are running out of time, so I'll just run you fast through these both of the concepts: security of the pipeline and in the pipeline. So security of the pipeline is something that when we are developing a pipeline, there are multiple phases: build, test, deploy, monitor, right? So in these particular phases, we need to make sure that you are providing proper authentication and authorization for the users that are operating your pipelines. Then config management, key management, then encryption for your pipelines, patching, logging and auditing, so you will have all the logs related to your applications, and alert and monitoring, right? And security in the pipeline is the things that we need to apply inside your pipeline. So anyone knows SonarQube? SonarQube? Yeah. What does it do? Source code?
The interactive application testing software.
Code quality testing.
Code quality testing, right? Yeah. Similar to what we talked about the infrastructure code, if you heard about SNCC, it does the scanning of IIC code and helps you to detect the vulnerabilities in your IIC code. So there are multiple plugins and tools that you can use in order to you integrate those tools in your pipeline and detect the issues with your code. So you can use uh, any kind of securities or plugins with your pipeline in order to make sure that your code is secure and securely deployed. AWS has multiple services that help you to find the issues inside your code, and they will scan and do that. We'll see which are the codes there. Yeah. So when we think about testing for your security testing for your product, these are a few of the things that we see. So this is the same DevOps pipeline with the security implementation, and it has multiple phases where what things we do about the security, right? They have some color changes, but I don't see due to the projector they are not clearly visible. What are the things that we do for the security over here? And these are the pipeline steps that we generally do in order to securely deploy. One of the major thing I would like to highlight here is, if when you think about the CI/CD, it is kind of automated process. But at particular environmental levels, you might have the development environment, you might have the staging environment, or you might have pre-prod and prod environments, right? So manual intervention is one of the things that you need to do when you are deploying on production, so that your product is securely deployed without any kind of security breaches, right? So if you see manual approval, you can deploy all the things using and you can implement all the security things for build, stage, and all of the stage earlier inside there. You can implement the pre-hook commits as well, and security will be implemented till this stage. When it comes to deploying the prod environments, you need to make sure you are applying a manual approval, and some responsible persons who are deploying those things are or deploying those things on production, who are responsible for it, will make sure that they are approving only after making sure that their product is secure, they have verified everything, and and there are no issues with that, there are no security vulnerability to your application, right? Yeah, so these are a few of the AWS tools and services for end-to-end solution for the DevOps to development teams, which help you to deploy your application securely. You can take photo of this as well and use those services. Go and try out these services at your home to build your product pipeline, right? So for authoring your code, writing your code, you can use Cloud9, AWS ID toolkits, AWS SDKs. In a few of previous sessions, you have heard about Code Whisperer as well. You can try that in order to write your code. Then for IT Factory, AWS, or for source control management, we have AWS Code Commit, AWS Code Artifact, ECR, and ECR Public. Then AWS Code Guru is also there. Then we have for building your artifacts, we have Code Build from AWS. For deploying code, as we call this as AWS, entire AWS code pipeline from sourcing to deploy. So code deploy helps you to deploy code on your multiple environments. You can define the things and you can deploy that. Then for monitoring, we have AWS X-Ray, AWS CloudWatch, AWS DevOps Guru, AWS Config, managed services for Grafana, and managed services for Prometheus. Anyone knows monitoring? Anyone has worked on any kind of monitoring projects, or anyone has done monitoring? Yeah?
We monitor whenever the limit exceeds or something like that, we monitor and alert the dev team on it. Limit is increasing for, say for example, submit IP availability.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Right.
we do those monitoring, and also we clean up unwanted resources and all those things.
Right, yes. So apart from this, yeah, this is one of the example of monitoring.
Probably like we'll be using multiple metrics like customer usage, traffic, something like that. We want to see the
Right.
probably like in Azure we have something like monitor. We have a dashboard for traffic we are getting on all people.
I'm not sure about Azure. I am married to AWS, so I'm not much sure about Azure. But in AWS, we have multiple services like CloudWatch, which keep It's just about keeping a watch of the services that you are deploying, right? Similar to what if you have heard about Dheeraj talk today. Dheeraj has a monitor in his life. His wife keeps him monitoring always, like a CCTV. It's similar to that. It's kind of monitoring is similar to keeping watch on all of the services that are deployed on the AWS, right? Apart from that, you have cloud formation from AWS. You can use it, and there are multiple tools like guard duty, AWS inspector that you can use in order to make sure that you are deploying your service and your products and services securely on your AWS environment, right? Okay, anyone has any questions? I think we are good for today. Hope it was much helpful for you and you will securely deploy your workloads on AWS. Okay, thank you. You can connect me on LinkedIn. This is my QR code. You can connect me on LinkedIn, and if you have any questions, we can connect on LinkedIn, and you can ask me anything. That might not be with the security, but anything related to AWS or cloud, or how you can secure your workloads, or how you can make careers in cloud, or how you can move forward in the cloud computing as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I offer my profound thanks to Mr. Alhat for such a wonderful session. Your subject matter expertise enabled us to understand this scenario more clearly. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mrs. M. Janani to present the memento to the esteemed speaker. Our last speaker for this insightful series. It's a pleasure and honor, sir. Bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience to the platform, he have embarked on a history in public cloud architecture at Hitachi Vantara. I am sure Mr. Sanmugasundaram will leave us in with insightful knowledge about guardians of cloud, fortifying AWS security strategies. Concluding our gathering with an insightful investigation of this important facet. Please join me in offering a warm welcome to Mr. Sanmugasundaram as we look forward to a fascinating discussion come to an end.
So I have around, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I have around 30 slides. Okay. So I'm going to skip 10 slides because he already covered most of the point. So the good thing is I'm not going, I'll set up a context here before I jump into anything. So I'm going to touch upon the practical points which is inside the cloud security. I'm not going to talk about what is what. That you can very well read about in the documents. Okay, so I'm going to touch upon how practically we are approaching the cloud security. So I'm not going to talk about myself, what I'm doing. Like one thing I would say, like how am I authorized to tell about this? Is something that I'm working in Hitachi, and I'm taking care of one of the top 5 pharma companies in the world, their data collaboration environment. I'm one of the key architects in the data collaboration environment. So you might be aware of that. Like when we design something for our collaboration environment, that's something that dealing with pharma industry. So how much security is important. So I'm going to touch upon some of the points here and best practices, mostly in a very high level. And I'm not going to deep into any further things. So I'm going to show a few of the demos, and then we'll wrap up on it. Yeah. So this is all something that I planned for the day, and security principles and the security services and all, I think Vishal has already covered it, so I'm going to skip that. So, and other than this, we are going to see 3 tools for a threat detection, monitoring and investigation, and I'm going to talk about 4 to 5 best practices in terms of architecture. I'm gonna explain few of the solutions, and then I'm going to give you the practical insights, like if you are new to the cloud, or if you are just wanted to start the security, that what are the things that how to approach the cloud. So this is something that the design principles that I think Vishal was talking about. Like this is something that key design principles in terms of cloud, which everyone follows. So what is the first step in cloud security wise? So enabling all these services. When we are designing cloud, so when you are coming to the cloud, the first step is enabling all the foundation things. This is something I would call it as a foundation, config, guard. These are some of the AWS security services. The foundation step, when you're stepping into the cloud security, this is the first step. You should be doing it. And these are some of the core logs that you should be configuring it. Okay. So let's jump into the core components that we'll talk about. So when we are dealing with security, right, cloud security, we have so many tools in place. Each and every tools in here is something to do with security. So I think Vishal was covering something, right, about building the DevOps culture and building the SecOps culture and all. That should be adopted in all the layers. So that's what the key terminology is about, and the key takeaway is every team members in each and every layer has to make sure that they are responsible, or they should be aware of something that what is in terms of security. For an example, those who are dealing with the networking team, they should know that what is a VPC level security or what is a transit gateway level security. So for someone who is dealing with creating the code in Lambda, they should know what is the security in terms of application. So when someone is designing something in EC2 or WAF application, when someone is designing something in terms of application, they should aware of what needs to be taken care in WAF rules and others. So that is how the overall culture has to be built up, and the foundation layer security has to be there in place, and then we have to build something on top of it. Okay, sorry. So we are going to see 3 things. One is about detection, monitoring, and response. Okay, so here we are going to discuss about the 3 major tools. One is about the guard duty, the other is about the security hub and detective. These 3 tools we are going to discuss and try to understand what it does in terms of threat detection. So, so threat detection wise, guard duty is playing a major role. So what is the first step when we discuss about the core logs and all, right? We enable the VPC flow logs, we enable all the multiple logs that we enable, like CloudTrail and everything. So what will be the first step the guard duty is doing, in the sense the guard duty is going to take all the logs from the data sources. The data sources is obviously going to be the AWS managed logs, which is like VPC flow logs, DNS logs and everything. And it's going to perform the ML based investigation based on the logs, and it's going to find out any abnormalities, and it's going to categorize the abnormalities into the 3 various categories. One is like high, medium and low. So and it's going to report back these abnormalities into the other tools like Detective, Security Hub or CloudWatch, anything. So what we are going to do once this has been found vulnerabilities, okay, so guard duty is finding some vulnerabilities. For an example, S3 bucket is wide open, or a security group is wide open or something. So what is the next step it's going to do? It's going to report back its abnormalities into the security hub, and we are going to find out in the security hub findings. And So security hub wise, we are going to categorize it and we are going to design some custom actions. Right? So there is an issue that we found, and what should be the next step is something that we should be defining in terms of guard duty. So can you just give me some of the idea, like I just want to stress some point here, like what are the recent cyber attacks that you are aware of in India?
Samsung data breach just a couple of months before.
Okay. So what is the potential data has been leaked, or how it is affected?
From 2010, the customer data of the e-commerce site got exposed.
Okay, that's only affecting only the Samsung customers, right? Okay, I'll tell you some of the data. What is the potential threats? Okay, so we all know AIMS. AIMS was attacked twice in last year. Till June, it was a second attack. You know, like our previous prime ministers and all who got a treatment in AIMS, right? So consider the amount of data that they have it in their databases. Okay, if you are dealing with something in Europe or US and all, you know how critical the patient health information is. Like if their data is leaking about the patient health information, they found out that okay, if the data has been leaked, so they file a very big case, and obviously the drug discovery company or hospital has to pay the very big bill. And then you might be knowing it last three times in a year, like in last year and even not this year, last year 3 times, India in airports got attacked in India. And I'll tell you, like there are tools that still they are using AWS, especially in Hyderabad. GMR Infra is using AWS in the back end. Mumbai Airport is using Delhi Airport. This all airport, they are touching upon some of the WAF tools, and somehow others they are using AWS in the back end. Okay, so since they have a mechanism, there are some holes they are not able to take care of in proper way. But due to the adoption of AWS, they were able to save something, like they are able to recover and then make it bring back the shape in a faster. So guard duty and the security hub, and I would also tell you, like we'll just touch upon something in while during the investigate. So in detective, how it can play a major role when you found something in terms of security leaks. So guard duty is very much simple. It's going to take care of the log. It's going to feed or take the logs, and it's going to analyze, and it's going to send the insights to the next layer, which is like other AWS services. Very pretty much simple. The input is log, the output is other AWS service. That's it. The security hub is a place where it's going to generate all the information. It's going to collect all the information from across the account, and it's going to find out and categorize the findings, like what it can be higher, lower, or any other category, or how compliance and all. It has a feature to alert and others, but it's not going to do something on its own. It's a kind of a dashboard as a place, okay, where you're going to have all the collective information, and the events and others are the next step. So this is how the threat detection is happening, and let's discuss about the monitoring. The monitoring wise, the AWS security hub wise, like we are getting all the data from a different sources, like a guard duty and a firewall manager and everything. It's aggregating everything, and it's suggesting to take action, but it's not taking any action on its own, but it's suggesting to take us actions. Okay. So when it comes to the security hub, right, like when we are in organization, so we also follow some of the compliance standard. Okay, for an example, you are the shopping cart website, so you're running a shopping website. Obviously you are going to collect the credit card information from the end user, right? So what is the security standard that you must be following is PCI DSS, because you are collecting the card information and all, so you must follow the compliance standard of the PCI. So likewise, when you are dealing with something with hospitality or drug discovery data, and obviously you're going to follow something like a HIPAA, or if you're operating in Europe, obviously you're going to follow something like a GDPR. So likewise, you should have a security standard. So the security hub is going to compare the security standard against this, and then it's going to give you the score, like how much you are in terms of PCI DSS, how compliant you are. So again, the security hub is going to work in the similar way. It's going to give you the alerts, and it's going to give you an option of triggering any event. The event can be a Lambda function. You can write a code. Okay, there is a potential security threat has been identified, like S3 bucket is wide open. So what is the next step? You can trigger an event and a role an event into the Lambda function. Lambda function can go and remediate and fix that. Okay, so people are generally nowadays will talk about a remediation bots, right? It's nothing like in back in 2016, 17 and all, we call it as like auto discovery and auto recovery and all. Right? It's like a simple thing. Now there are tools, many tools like DB Cloud. There are so much of tools. They are talking about a remediation bot. Remediation bots are nothing like you can customize your remediation bot. Write a piece of code. If there is something goes wrong, how it has to be like automatically recovered, and then it has to send you the data. Like, so this is what has happened. I fixed it in this way. This is what the findings. Okay. So you can write your remediation bots based on the environment. Like if it is very much into AWS, you can write it something in the Lambda function. So if it is something in operating system layer, you can write something like using a SSM systems manager or something like it depends on the use case. Like there is no predefined protocol or anything. So again, the security hub is supporting in terms of third-party integration as well. For an example, there is a security group is wide open from mistakenly from someone. Okay, so what it does, it's going to get the reported. Security hub is going to get the data from AWS config, and the security hub is going to report that event to the CloudWatch, and it's going to trigger the ticket, and it's going to send a notification to the Slack, and it's going to create a Jira ticket, pager duty alert, and then it also has an feature to remediate this. It's like you can write a Lambda function to fix that. Okay, the security is wide open. Your Lambda function can fix it till the alerts can be sent. Like it's all like something that you can customizable. Like you can customize what are the ways that you want. It's not about only the one way that you should be doing it. It's not only the remediation part or anything. You can use the third-party integration, whatever is possible. If third party is not directly supporting, for an example, like Security Hub is not directly supporting to the Slack, so you can take it to the Lambda. You can write a third-party integration tools inside your Lambda code as well, right? Like whatever the API integration what other third parties are supporting, that third party supporting things that you can still do it in your Lambda function or in your automation documents. In a way that you can customize your response and remediation actions and everything in terms of security. So how we investigate the threats? Okay, there is something has been happened. There is something has been happened that we found from the logs, and we monitor and we observe, and then we are going to take some next step and fixing it and everything. But how to investigate? Okay, see, everything goes fine. So how many of you are here is writing the root cause analysis or something like P1 issues or anything? Those who are dealing with from an industry, obviously there are scenarios they would have written a RCA statement, root cause analysis. When someone is production down, they bring everything back and then they start writing everything. How many of you have experienced it? No one? Okay. So when something goes wrong in the production, right, like how industry people will do it in the sense they fix it everything. Okay, they first notify, fix it and everything. So the next step is to write a root cause analysis. What went wrong and all. Most of the time, digging the data into the logs and all is going to take much time. Like even back in 2013 and all, I was working for CSS Corp, where I was taking care of this Sony Live. Sony Live nowadays, it's right. Like it was a very early stage those days. Like it goes down frequently. It goes down. There is no tools available like today. Like we have to take all the access logs and everything and put into some third-party tools and investigate what is going wrong. Like after the code deployment, every day night, Friday night or something, there is they introduce some new dramas or something. The site goes down. What happened was like there are a potential security threat we found out. Like we investigate and we write the root cause analysis. There is something wrong coming from this IP or DDoS attack or something, which was very difficult for us in those days actually. Now it's not like that. So we can use something like AWS Detective. Like it's going to tell you about what went wrong, where it was, and everything, every piece of information It just, you can just download this whole information and usage pattern. That's what, like, it's not going to give you only the IPs or the findings or anything. It's going to tell you if something happening, okay, so it's going to tell you which user it's happening and what is the mode. Is it happening through console, or is it happening from a command lines, or is it happening from any APIs? It's going to give you the information. So basically, like, all the API calls which is making, it's trying to find, it's take all this information and it's trying to find the pattern into that. And it's going to map the pattern into it, and then it's going to give you an idea. Like, so obviously I was mentioning about, right, like, so you can group thousands of account. If you have thousands of account, you can group it everything, and then easily you can find out the pattern, like what is something is going wrong. If something going wrong in the dev environment, is it the same pattern which is repeating in the production environment or something also? You can figure it out. That is what the behavioral graph is about. Like, we'll set up a behavioral graph. I'll show you something in the demo. So I'm just going to stress about some of the best practices. Again, not the same one. Some of the solution that best practices every enterprise or the industry will be using it. So the one is like automated security response. Like, so you are collecting everything. I think the font is little bit misplaced there. Sorry for that. So what it's doing in the sense, automatically it's collecting the security threats, and it's performing the remediation of everything, and it's just fixing the resources and everything. For an example, this is about, let's consider there is a S3 bucket which was wide open, or a security group is wide open, or anything we can consider that's happening in you have around 100 plus accounts that's going wrong in any one of the accounts. So what is going to happen in the sense, you have a cloud config, and it's going to give you the report to the centralized security hub, and it's going to send you the findings. Okay, so, and you should be writing something like a remediation action. Here this was written in a step function and others. Okay, so what is happening in the sense, in terms of initiate, so the detection is happening in AWS config. Initiate is something is happening in security hub, so it's initiating the next step, which is it's monitoring something and initiating the next step. The orchestration is about, like, you have 100 accounts, based on the logs, it's going to find out which account I have to go and fix it. I know I have to run this command, but I should not supposed to know. I should know, right, which account I should run this command. It should not supposed to be writing and sending in all the accounts, right? Like, so that something comes into the orchestration, and remediation is something like you're running the run book and then fixing the resources. So this is what something that is recommended to have it. If you already have something in place similar to that, it's fine, or else like you should start building something similar to that. These are all something that is part of a DevSecOps pipeline, which Vishal was talking, right? Like, so you should have something like this in your DevSecOps pipeline. Yes, here is something that they are talking about. There is unauthorized API call is coming, and it's going to the cloud rail, event bridge, Lambda function, and then it's coming to the security hub, and then there is its notification it's sending, and you can find that, okay, the detective, it's still detecting from the detective, and then you are finding the investigation. So I'm not going very deeper into the DevSecOps pipeline and that, which I think Vishal was covering, right? So you should always have something like security checks in all the phases, like from the development to release and production, build and deploy every layer. You should have some amount of security checks has to be there. That is a culture that the team has to build. And immutable infrastructure. So this is again one of the key principles in designing the security. One is like your infrastructure should not be something can be broken. Like so, for an example, I'll give you a quick example and then move on to the next slide. Like, so when you are deploying your EC2 instance, your EC2 instance should be allowed to deploy only from a cloud formation. Okay, so EC2 run instance is a command. That is something is responsible of creating an EC2 instance, right? Like, so you should have a SCP or service control policy or an IAM policy in a place like deny statement. You can launch an EC2 instance or run instance only via cloud formation, only via service of cloud formation, in a way that you are restricting that touched upon by everyone. Like, you are again restricting one more thing, and then you should have a pipeline kind of architecture. For an example, cloud formation wise, you are giving an AMI has to get deployed. So automatically the AMI build pipeline has to update the cloud formation. You should not go and update the cloud formation manually. Only the pipeline role should have access to update the AMI. you are not supposed to have an access to go and edit or do any modification. That is what the immutable infrastructure. By you are not giving any chance by mistakenly also to go something wrong. So I think I would recommend you to study something more here, like because how many of you are aware of something like a chaos monkey or chaos principles or theories which Netflix is following in a very high phases? Like any idea about chaos? Exactly. Exactly. Like. Very good point. Like what Netflix does in the sense they shut down the instance, they terminate something on randomly. That will not happen. Like security team will not know that when something goes wrong. Okay, always there is something will be going on in terms of security. Like they create a lot of simulation. Randomly something is, it's not something daily 8 o'clock they are going to shut down the machine and test it. Okay, there is no pattern. They write a random code to initiate a lot of testing, and then they break it into all the layer of possible, and then they detect it, what went wrong, and then they integrate it, continuous integration. Like so they read and understand what went wrong, and then if something has been broken, and then they take these findings to the next iteration in terms of DevOps cycle, and they build something better on the next level. So immutable infrastructure and all will be helpful when you are thinking of implementing anything in the layer of chaos engineering. Again, the zero trust architecture wise, like I'll give you a small example how zero trust architecture work in the sense, primarily when you are designing something on your notebook or in your laptops and stuff, right? What do? You put your web server, you put your database server and everything on your own laptop. When this culture is getting implemented in the cloud, what do? You either you put everything in an EC2 instance, or either you put it in everything in one account. Like your RDS will be in one account and everything. So zero trust architecture is something like you're not trusting anyone. Like each and everything you are treating like a service or a human or anything. Like whenever it's coming, every layer there is an authentication. For an example, this is for a shopping site. There is an order history is there, and there is a recommendation service. Based on your recommended order history, it's going to give you a recommendation of what kind of product that you can purchase. This this solution also can be in the same AWS account. There is no need of VPC, private link, and there is no need of API gateway and to talk to each other. Like this EC2 fleet can fetch this information from the DynamoDB, right? But why you have so many things in middle, and then why you can in the underlining you can find out where you have so many security things also, right? Like so you are making sure like all the layers in the below. So it's hardly going to cost anything. Like a VPC endpoint, private link, API gateway, it's not going to cost you anything at all. Like very minimal. But you are ensuring that there is a security in place. And you're going to create one more account, it's not going to cost you anything. You're going to pay the same amount like running the resources in both accounts, right? Like again the traffic which is in private is going to be free for you. Like you should be thinking in that way and then building the zero trust architecture. That's where like you'll be able to attain the higher level of security in terms of it's working a service oriented architecture kind of thing. One service is going to talk to each other. Like it's very much possible. Like here the example is given with EC2 Fleet and DynamoDB when you are dealing something with a container or any EKS kind of things, right? It's going to be between the service. Again, it's very much easy to build a zero trust architecture in a service oriented platform that you have. Okay, so yes. Okay, so what is something is important when we need to build something in when we need to have a machine learning environment?
Data.
Yeah, obviously, right? Like machine learning environment wise, obviously you need some LLMs. Like you need to have a lot of amount of data. Obviously, if you know, if you are reading the AWS logs, you know it's going to generate and flood you with the logs. And especially when you are having multiple accounts, like thousands of accounts, and 20, 30 plus services is going to generate some logs, and AWS services itself is going to generate the logs. And again, you are going to push some of the logs to the CloudWatch also. That's a different story. But you can do something like a security lake. You're going to integrate all the logs into the lake kind of things, and then you can do something like a lake formation. What in the sense like you're grouping multiple security. For a simple example, like you have VPC flow logs where it's all the flows in terms of your layer 4 is going to get recorded in your VPC flow log. So you're going to group all the VPC flow log S3 bucket, and you're going to dump all the data into the one single bucket. It's kind of like where you're building the lake formation, which means like all the thousands of accounts, if you have 100 accounts, you're going to put it everything here, and then you're going to use it as a data source. Again, your SageMaker. This you will be feeding into your SageMaker environment. What did happen in the sense, it's again you should be writing your own code here. It's not something that AWS is giving something here. So what you are going to write in terms of SageMaker, right? Like here the notebook has to be written by you. Like because what is something that you are finding, you are trying to find out of this security lake is something that you should be writing. So again, you are writing something in the security notebook. For an example, like what all the frequent IPs which is coming, what all the geographic location I'm getting the traffic from, or anything in that sense. Okay, so you are writing some code here because you have a data. Like either you can use your canvas or anything. Easily you can write either to the notebooks also. Easily you can build some models, and then you can train the models continuously. When the moment the lake formation is done, and then you have data to feed it, like so continuously the model is going to get it learned from that, and it's going to give you the prediction, and it's going to give you the insights about it. What is your how is your environment is all about. So this is something that you can consider only if you have if you are ready to adapt something like ML culture in terms of security. But this is not something that's been available to perform any drag and drop kind of thing. Okay, so this is something is the next phase in terms of security. And yeah. So in terms of security, okay, so you might be using free tier accounts, and there are people who are using AWS accounts, multiple AWS accounts. Okay, so I want to approach a cloud security. How to get started? That's what the question, right? Like I have a messy environment with me, okay, and or I'm not even know the cloud. Okay, I have something in on-prem. I'm coming to the cloud, or I have a messy environment. How to fix it, or what is the next step that I should be performing is something that should be adapted using the cloud adoption framework. You are new to the cloud, so how to approach the cloud is something that I would recommend you to just consider the cloud adoption framework, where there are multiple layers are covered, but you just focus on the security layer. Like what are the key things that you should be considering before you bringing the data to the cloud? Like you are in on-prem, so are you ready to pitch into the cloud in terms of security that you can cross-check with the cloud adoption framework? I'm not going deeper into that. I'm going deeper into some of the maturity models. I'm going to show some of the demo there. So, and the next thing is like, as I said, right, like you have some messy environment is there. How to fix one by one? That's something that you should be focusing on, the reference architecture. AWS has something like security reference architecture. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Okay. So the reference architecture is something that you should be considering, and by phases, phase 1, 2, 3 like this. So you can consider the reference architecture, and then you can build it. And you should have an account separated also, like your AWS account should be separated in a way, identity account, network account, log account, security account. Each one must be responsible of, each and every tools will be like different in each and every account. And this is how the potential AWS environment has to be like in terms of organization. So it's not something that the tools that you are using, your organization also should have this kind of culture. Like you are allowing some of the service in the top layer, and then for an example, like you are allowing the security tooling account, you are allowing the detective, but you should not supposed to allow the detective in your dev environment. You should have some of the culture, like structurally you allow that organization from the top to bottom. And this is about the maturity model. Don't worry, I'm going to share the slides to you all. Like, so this is how the maturity model, like you should have a phase-wise, you should be considering it. Give us 2 minutes of demo. I'm not going to create any resources. I'm just going to show you what I have it. Discuss about 3 tools. One is about the guard duty. This is how the guard duty console will look like. So you're finding all these vulnerabilities, right? Like one of my S3 bucket is wide open, and how long it is and usage. I'll just quickly click and show the demo in detective also. So there is one security, sorry, S3 bucket is wide open. I'll click on that. So let's try to understand what is something here. So let's investigate with the detective. I'm investigating with the detective. So this is what the behavioral graph I was telling about. What was the location it was, and which AWS account, what was the IP, and which resource it is, and which user was doing it. Like, so let's go to the IP wise. So it's going to tell you from this IP what all the interaction has been happened. This IP was doing the Lambda function. This IP was creating the cloud formation. So you know if there is one thing, something goes wrong from this IP, what are the various resources it has access to it, like what are the things has happened, like between this timing, what and all the things that this was doing it, and the resource interactions, like who was dealing with. It's about a root user. So this is how the guard device, it's going to report that, and then the detective wise we can see some of the advanced level of insights. I'll quickly touch upon security hub and then I'll close it. Just bear with me for one more minute. So security hub is like, yes, I'm just enable the sys benchmark, AWS benchmark. It's going to give you the score, like how much my environment is about, like how good my environment is about. My score is about around 80%, and you see like I have something like a demo bucket, and it's findings. So I have a demo bucket which is wide open and it does critical things. It also suggests that what should we be doing it, like to fix it. Like there is a S3 bucket which is wide open, and it's going to give you the documentation also. You are not knowing that how to fix it. Like it's going to give you the AWS documentation also. Go and do this and then fix it. So you can even investigate. Like there is one more way that you can write something like a custom action. Like in the findings itself, like if you click the custom action, it's going to trigger the custom action. Like show that okay, there is something wrong. I'm just running this custom action. Public, sorry, I have created two things. One is like public access remove and other things. Okay, so what I did was I written a Lambda function, and then when I click this, what happened in the sense, it's going to pick the bucket name and it's going to fix that. Okay, if my bucket is wide open, my custom action is going to write the, I have written a code in the Lambda, so whenever something goes wrong, my bucket rule, if it is publicly open, so it's going to fetch that findings and it's going to read the bucket name and it's going to fix the bucket rule or the wide open, what all the things was wide open, like access block, it's going to fix it to, it was false and it's going to make it true. So in a way, like it's a simple remediation for us. Like you can write whatever the customization that you wanted to. That's all from my end, guys. Okay, so I'll suggest you guys to go through the maturity model. Like by considering the time, I'm not going deeper into that. Okay, so that is something that I would recommend you to consider. It is a kind of a spreadsheet or an Excel sheet kind of thing, where you can just see where are you, like what are the things that you can do with the maturity model. This is something that you can refer and then do it. Like even well architecture framework are there. Like each and every layer of security on what standard that you are. It's just a Excel sheet. If you are filling the everything, then you could come to know what level of security you are into. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. That's all from my
Thank you, Mr. Shanmugasundaram, for an amazing session. Now, I request Mrs. G. Smilla Rubavati to present the memento to our esteemed speaker. I thank all our participants for making this event a resounding success. Your commitment to the knowledge sharing has truly made a lasting impact, and we look forward to the continued collaboration in the future. The tea break is